Hey. Ostrich, thank you for the 4 gifties. Is it weird that I knew that it was from you because it was that specific alert? I was like, that's the weird one. I think I know who did it. I'm eating salmon because I have bad time management, and I actually almost canceled stream because I felt bad that I was starting so late. I'm the worst. In fact, I'm happy to be here, but the worst. How dare you? I know, I'm working late. I literally am. I feel like not good. We're all degens, it's okay. I mean, it's Friday night. What do you guys got going on anyways, right? If you're not out, then you're here. You're here. There's a new girl at work that looks exactly like you. Had to do a double take. Blake, thank you so much for the
extra
18.
Time to make our tinfoil hats anyways.
Thank you.
Loved the late night EP.
Early 20s Friday night on my pajamas, so wild. Okay, go, please. I love you, but please remove yourself. Go. Hey, go lay down. She's so baggy. Okay, I'm switching over now. Hey. Okie taking the last nugget. Last night was peak. She was being so crazy. Like, she's never that bad, and then just on camera, she was like the worst. I was actually kind of like embarrassed of her behavior. I was like, what is going on? Our tickets for VIP already sold out. No, they should be there. I have to turn it back on probably. She didn't eat before. She did. No, not last night. Sorry. Anonymous, thank you for the gifty. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, get your VIP tickets out right now, actually. Well, if you're gonna buy them, turn them on. I get them right now. Just get them out of your system. If you want to buy them, get them now. While I eat this. Sorry, I'm eating my salmon. I didn't mean to eat it. Hello, Raiders. Welcome to the salmon stream. It's Sandwich eating salmon. Hey. What did you guys do today? We're gonna do a tier list. I have I'm just gonna say it. Hands straight up crafted a 47-page long Google document full of research so that we could have this tier list. This isn't me going, oh, the moon landing is fake? Yeah, I hope it does. This is me saying the moon landing is fake and here's why. So if you are somebody that likes to dabble in conspiracy, you may enjoy this. Not the asparagus. It'll make your pee smell weird. Unless you like asparagus. Whatever. I believe every single one. That's for legal reasons, I don't. Lister Artie, thank you so much for the 17. We all fully endorse every conspiracy theory on this list. Yes, especially the one about Justin Bieber being a lizard. The way I can sing every word to this song. I love Charlie XCX. I will say that the word count in different words that she has on her songs are not, it's not a high number, you know? What was I just gonna say? Flack, thank you so much for the gifty. Oh, can I complain about something? Flies. I hate those little bitches. They are the most untitled. They are the most entitled, annoying, rude pieces of shit that I've ever met in my entire life. Like, if a spider is in my house, you know what the spider does? It sits in the corner of the room, it minds its own fucking business, and it just hopes that I don't kill it, and maybe it kills some things that I don't want in my house, right? Do I like spiders? No. Do they mind their own fucking business? Yes. Yes, they do. You know what flies do? They sit dormant wherever the fuck they are, and then the second that you set anything down, their bitch asses run in there like it's a Target on Black Friday. It's crazy. It is absolutely insane. I have never seen so many of anything swarm to anything since 8 a.m. at a fucking Hobby Lobby. It's astronomically, it pisses me off. It makes me so mad. And so today, right, I put my salmon in the air fryer and I say, you know what? I haven't taken Oki for a walk today. I'm going to take her for a walk. I got about 15 minutes till my salmon's done. Perfect amount of time for a dog walk. I walk, I come back, I walk into my house. You would think somebody fucking died in here. I don't know where all of these motherfuckers were, like hiding inside the walls, but there was probably like 20 flies just in my kitchen. It was insane. I was like, what happened? I didn't leave the door open. They come from the drains. I think you're right. Because like there's usually a couple flies in my house because my house is like the size of a shoebox. So if there's 2 flies in my house, it feels like there's 16. So every time I cook, they just come out of the woodworks. It's like, you know, when a toddler is near you and you have games on your phone, that's what happens. They're like, oh, I love salmon. Can I have a piece? Ugh. You see the same fly 10 times and count. And also they love to go towards the light. So it's just they are wherever you are. I can't tell you how many times I've gone to bed, turned a light on in my kitchen, waited until the fly flew out, and then closed the door. Yeah, and I have my key light on right here. So now they're all gonna fuck off over here, and I get all distracted. Which is crazy. Good news though, I may become the most productive person in the world tomorrow because I'm starting ADHD medication, which if you know me, you know that there's very few people in the world who should be on it more than I should. I'm gonna be on I keep having to like look it up. So it's not a stimulant, it's Strattera, which is the name for, I can't remember the name of what it's called. Yeah. So I don't know if anybody else is on that. So basically like Adderall and the other ones will work the day that you take them, but this one is not like that, so it probably won't work for like a couple of weeks, but it's a little bit less of a, you know, she said it's better on my heart. You might become scary productive. I fight every day against my ADHD symptoms, and I'm actually terrified I might become boring. That's the only problem, is maybe I'll become boring. But you know, I don't think that's true, but maybe. Not much of a difference now. I hope I don't lose my sparkle. I got prescribed Vyvanese but can't get it because there's a shortage. Right. You're gonna laugh if you take the meds and then you take a nap. I don't know. I did do a fly trap that worked well. I have the strips. Let's see if these are close to what I use. What even is that? Oh, it's sticky. Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna actually buy this right now. It's Amazon, so I'm not gonna screen share with you guys. But basically, it's a nightlight that is sticky. Hold on, I'm buying it. One sec. Nice. Tomorrow, let's go. Order placed. All right. As easy as that. Did anyone own those sticker nightlights when they were a kid? No. We're gonna have so many questions. You're a G homie with Stratera. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm a little bit like nervous because one of the things the doctor said is that I might experience nausea or a little bit dizziness. I have a really abnormally strong stomach. Like anytime anything has ever maybe supposed to make me nauseous, I don't get nauseous. So if it happens, I'll be bummed, but I have heard that happens to other people with like Adderall, where if they take their Adderall on like an empty stomach, that it makes them feel really yucky. Made me lightheaded the first day, but that went away. Yeah. The nausea was so bad for me and I don't get nauseous a lot. Yeah. So, you know, I'm kind of prepared for that, but I already have other medication that I take. So I'm not like, I have 2 different pills that I take every morning. So it's not like I'm new to taking pills every morning, you know? Yeah. Doing amphetamines on an empty stomach will do that. Yeah, that'll do it. So yeah, I think that it'll be fine, but I guess I just wanted to preface it because maybe this next week I might be like, my brain might be just like a little weird, and then maybe I might wake up one day and decide I don't want to stream that day because I'm feeling a little funky, or maybe I will feel the exact same, or maybe I'll be better. I don't know. You know, like I think if any of you have ever started a new medication, you'll probably have a little bit of grace for the next week. Yeah, cross that bridge. Yeah, when I started lamotrigine, it was so weird. I don't know if anybody else has had this experience, but my brain was like goofy for like a week. Like I felt like I was like just kind of a little bit like high, but not really in like the fun way, kind of just in the like airhead way, you know? Take Adderall, grind Valo, become pro. Yeah, I'm just really excited because like every time I talk about this, people are like, yeah, dude, you're ADHD. Like the inside of my head feels like what the inside of like Grand Central Station looks like. There's so many thoughts going so many different directions at once. And I get so distracted because they're all wearing neon bright colors and they all seem really exciting. So it's like, I'll be walking with this one person and then all of a sudden I'll be like, oh, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I need to go. Wait, hold on. I want to go. Wait, hold on. I want to do. Wait, I need to go. Hold on. That's my exit. And then what happens is I just end up sitting in this chair for 5 hours straight with 37 tabs open because I have started 37 different projects and I haven't finished any of them. And then I just go, well, it's 7:29 and I need to stream in 5 minutes and I've sat here and I've tried to do things for 5 hours. Who's tagged in this photo and does not like it? Who did I just call out? And it's like kind of debilitating. It's quirky and it can be quirky, but it also is really debilitating because I know that I have the ability to make 2 to 3 times as much product as I do in my job. I just get stun locked. I get like stun locked because I want to do everything, therefore I can do nothing. So we will see if that helps, and if it does help, I'm going to be the most terrifying monster of a content creator you guys have ever seen. If this works for me, it's going to be horrifically good. I'll be a monster in the best way. Unstoppable. Because I am proud of what I'm able to accomplish, seeing as my brain is a train wreck. So if it works, it's gonna be crazy. We don't expect superpowers. That only happens if you don't have ADHD to begin with. It's crazy. People are... Ostrich, thank you. Do you ever think about the fact that there's people that are just out here raw dogging life with no meds? we can do a Stratera giveaway. Stratera sounds like... What does it sound like? It doesn't sound like what it is. It sounds like some other thing. Like a... It sounds like tech. That's what weed and coffee is for. Yeah, my doctor that I talked to was like, she said I shouldn't drink coffee or do caffeine for a little bit, because she says that caffeine can kind of with it. So I'm drinking a Red Bull in honor, and then I won't be drinking coffee tomorrow morning. I probably will have like a little coffee because she said avoid it if you can. And about 3:00, if I don't have a coffee, I'll get a little bit of a headache. So I'll probably have just like a little cup of decaf or something to help that. But last Red Bull for a while. Make you a little energetic the first few weeks, so careful with it. Does anybody take Stratera right now? I'm just curious. You don't have to say, but I'm curious. Because I know some of you take other things, but I'm curious if anybody takes it currently. No more Red Bull sponsorships. No. My brother does. Do you know if it's been good? Like, just overall good vibes? I did the thing that you shouldn't do, and I like went on Reddit, and I was like, Stratera, Reddit. And most people were like, yeah, it was good. And then the people that said otherwise said that it just made them too sick. Which, you know, that's okay. I mean, you know, if it's too much, then I can stop doing that. I was on it a month ago and switched to had side effects, but those were male specific. Okay, cool. So I probably won't run into those. Who did you have to go through to get that prescribed? I went on a like virtual doctor service, which I wouldn't recommend unless it's for something like this where you're like, I kind of already know, just give me. People only go on them when it's bad, so that's hard to gauge. Yeah, I am like a chronic like WebMDer, and I'm not proud of it. But I definitely, like, if anything is remotely wrong, I look to the internet. Oopsies. Virtual psychiatry. It's bad. I don't vouch for it unless you kind of already know what you need. Like, for example, I go on a virtual psychiatrist and I say, I need more lamotrigine. And they go, okay, that's fine. And it's really easy and it's cheap. If you are like, something is wrong and I don't know what's wrong and I need help, go see like an in-person doctor, because that you shouldn't. Because honestly, every single person who I've dealt with in an online like virtual psychiatry thing has been really, really quick, not thorough. They don't ask you a bunch of questions. They basically just try to like find the solution as quick as possible and then hand you pills. So just know that. So don't go if you really actually need help. It's like some dude in his like hallway with a laptop that's like, okay, here's a prescription. I saw Savior.
Did you
Hey,
know?
Savior. I saw
In
your face in
Japan,
there somewhere.
More paper is used to make manga than
It's because those
toilet
services
paper.
overload them with cases to save money. Yeah, it's not great, but if you already know what you need, like, for example, you've been taking the same meds for a long time and you just need a prescription, like, they're fine. Yeah. Me, when they say it's just anxiety or my period, they're like, you might be being a bit hysterical. Oh, yeah, Gibby, this is going to be really exciting for some of you, and some of you are not going to care at all. But I don't really dabble in anime or manga or anything like that. But I did read Uzumaki, and I loved it. It's the only manga I've ever read. And they were making a series of it. I don't know if it was a show or a movie. And then they just they dropped a trailer, and then they didn't really say anything about it. And then I actually read a rumor that they stopped, and I was really sad. And then they dropped this and announced a date, and it's soon. And this is not gonna affect a bunch of you, but some of you will be really excited. So again, I don't really read manga just because it kind of loses me, but I love horror, and Uzumaki is written by Junji Ito, which it's horror. So it's just, the story is kind of convoluted sometimes, but it's basically just really creepy. It's really creepy, really weird, like imagery, like body horror kind of stuff. And I loved it. I don't know. I just was like really into it. So if you like that kind of stuff, like, you might like Uzumaki. But anyways, they're coming out with a show. So this is the trailer for it. Exactly like the manga. It's just animated. I'm so excited. Adult Swim is interesting. I didn't know that Adult Swim... Okay, yeah, September 28th. I don't know what that is.
I am the flame Hashira.
No, stop. Shut up. This is what they put out a year ago.
Na, Kirie.
And then just didn't say anything.
一緒にこの街を脱出しないか?
何それ? 駆け落ち?
君は何も感じないのか?
I have a couple of Junji
最
Ito
近やけに渦が
books, but
多い。
I've only read Uzumaki.
そうね。
それに風までもがやけに渦を巻き上がる。親父が変になった
I
の
think I
も
read it in like
こ
2
の街の
days.
せいだと俺は思っ
It's
て
like
る。
this thick.
親父は最近は会
I
社
read
へ
a
も
bunch
行
of
か
his
ず
short
書
stories
斎に閉じこもっ
online. Did you
て
read the Holes one? I can't remember what it's called. I think that's probably the
溢れ
more
返った
well-known
渦
one
巻き
other
を
than
一
this
日
one.
中ただひたすら見つめているんだ。そうしている時の親父の目は
I have almost read Parasite. That was the other one that got recommended a bunch.
左右別々に
The story of this, the story is really weird. It's this is the main character, this girl. I think it's kind of both of them. Basically, like, the whole town kind of gets...
There's a Junji Ito series on Netflix.
They kind of
It's
get
a cool
obsessed with
watch.
spirals. Like, it's kind of this like virus that like takes over the whole town, where people start becoming obsessed with spirals. There's a but. And they become so obsessed with spirals that they end up turning into spirals. Like their bodies become spirals. Some of them become like snails. And then the whole town starts shifting into a spiral. And it's just like the whole town becomes a spiral. It's so weird and it's so creepy. Cause like this one guy, like he loves spirals so much, he twists his whole body into a spiral. It's so weird. It's very anime. Reminds me of OCD. I could see some elements actually in there. Respectfully, when you kind of think about it, I could definitely see some overlap of that for sure. After I read that, I started to notice how many spirals were in everyday life. Yeah, every time I saw a spiral. Yeah. Jujuto is fantastic. He makes the most fucked up art, but he's just a sweet little guy. Yeah, it's cool. So that was cool. I was happy to see that. I had my little like weeb moment for like 2 seconds. And we're only going to chit chat for a bit because I think this conspiracy theory thing is going to take us a long time. Like this might take the whole stream, to be honest with you. I'm not going to try to make it take too long, but it is going to inherently take a while. Also, I can't show any clips, but there's a YouTube video that ET put out. We missed you since Hitman. That was 2 days ago. It was literally day before yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah, this came out, which was cool. I was happy to watch this. This is basically just like a summarization of the Olympics opening night. Which is cool because Celine Dion performed. And she hasn't performed in like 2 years or something.
It's Celine Dion's triumphant.
We're back on stage.
I'm happy for her. However, that probably fucking took it out of her, and we might not see her perform for a very long time again. That might have been, you know what I mean?
And if I have to crawl.
The incredible and emotional 3.5-minute solo amid the Eiffel Tower in the rain was simply show-stopping. The 56-year-old belted out her notes in a stunning beaded white gown with tassels, leaving many, including commentator Kelly Clarkson, speechless.
I actually can't talk.
Bonsoir. This is a look at Gaga's last-minute rehearsal for her 5-minute-long, quick-changing, piano-playing aerial solo along the Seine. And yesterday, the Olympics comeback queen was mobbed by fans, giving peak Celine through her sunroof. Son Renee Charles was in tow. Meanwhile, Mother Monster flashed the peace sign. More musicians flooding France.
What makes the Olympics so special?
These events are so funny because they're just full of me going, oh, I forgot about that person. Oh, they're still around? Huh.
Sandwich love.
Zach, thank you for the year. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Snoop Dogg was there. What are you doing? What do you need? I gave you FOOD. I gave you WALK. I have nothing for you. You went potty and everything. Hey, go lay down. Go lay down. Yeah, I saw Snoop Dogg. It was, it made sense because he was back on Twitch the other day. So that, following up his performance. Guess who's fucking back? Guess who's back? She had a taste for McDonald's. She craves it now. She's being it's like, you go, if you have a dog and they come up to you and they want something, you kind of mentally go through the list of like, okay, did I give him this? Did I give him this? Did I give him this? And then it's like, when you hit all the boxes, you're like, what do I have?
At one time, drop it like it's hot.
NBC commentator Snoop Dogg
carried a giant
today after
joint.
he partied with a plethora of stars packing Paris.
I wonder how tall Snoop
Charlize
Dogg
Theron,
is.
Zendaya, Zac Efron, and yeah, boy. What are your duties?
Flavor Flav.
And be loud.
The U.S. women's water polo team official sponsor. Flavor Flav spoke with us today after tickling the ivories at the U.S. ambassador's residence.
I've been playing piano almost all my life. They said yes, I was not passing up that opportunity.
How in the hell did you score the job to do surfing at the Olympics in Tahiti? Explain that to me.
Wow.
I mean, everyone's like, how did you get it? I don't know who else was volunteering. I was just like, I would love to do it.
Tomorrow's ScarJo's man Colin Jost reports live from French Polynesia covering the surfing competition for NBC.
Wow.
But today, the avid
Surfing.
surfer shared he had a minor but bloody accident.
I'm not getting a lot of support or sympathy on this front either. Yeah.
Oh, go to Tahiti, honey, and have a great...
So cool. I'll be with the kids
That's
and working.
that's crazy.
Let's work.
The username's so bad.
So what did it take to pull this
I don't even know who that
ceremony
is.
spectacle off?
The best of the
And then they had
United
boats,
States
and
of
LeBron
America.
James had a flag.
45,000 police officers, 10,000 soldiers, and 20,000 private security personnel helped protect the more than 10,000 athletes from around the world.
Wow.
That doesn't include the slew of stars having a wicked good time like Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo in coordinating fashion.
You're green. You never do this.
No,
and
this
it always
just
happens.
happens by accident.
Since the first day of rehearsals.
Four-time gold medalist Serena Williams came out to support Team USA with husband
Eric,
Alexis
thank you
and
for
their
the
adorable
gifty.
6-year-old daughter Olympia.
What are you most looking forward to?
Every one of them.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, John Legend and Chrissy Teigen's 6-year-old son Miles only
Yay,
had
Chrissy
one Olympian on
Teigen.
his mind.
Everyone is so excited to see Chrissy Teigen.
While LeBron was out last night at the
LeBron
prelude to
James.
the Olympics fashion event co-chaired by Charlize Theron, Pharrell, Serena Williams, and Spanish singer Rosalia.
It's an honor for me to be co-hosting. There's so much of beauty. Like Paris is full of beauty. And everywhere you look.
And who better to help serve up a fashion feast than Rosalia's boyfriend of 9 months, the Bear star Jeremy Allen
It's the
White.
guy.
I'm really lucky to be able to share in the
The
excitement
bear.
and share space with so many people I admire so much.
He's one of those. Have you seen those TikToks where it's like they show their features and then like good facial what do they call it? Not symmetry, harmony or whatever. Like the TikToks where people will show like individual facial features, but then they'll be like good facial harmony, or they'll show their individual features or like bad facial harmony, you know? Like I feel like he's got very good facial harmony. Waiting for the bear guy to get cast as a Roman emperor. Could happen. Never know. Yeah. You're like, oh. I could win a gold medal if they let me. I believe you. I believe you. I think I could, if I wanted to compete in, hold on, let's look. Every Olympic game. I need the list. There's got to be a master list. All sports. No results match the filters you selected. I want to do all of them. I want every sport. Every single Olympic sport. Olympic sports list. Yes, fine. Okay, there's not too many. Wait, this is all of them, right? No, this is, yeah, okay. Wait, this looks like all of them. Acrobat gymnastics, I don't know if I could do that. Alpine skiing, yeah. Archery, definitely. Artistic gymnastics, for sure. Artistic swimming, yes. Athletics, maybe. Badminton, yes. Baseball 5, yeah, more like baseball 6. Baseball, softball, both. Why not both? Basketball, sure. Basketball 3x3. How about 1x3? Beach handball, yeah. Beach volleyball, yeah. Biathlon, I'm straight. Bobsleigh, don't know what that is. I could do it. Boxing, sure. Breaking, I break down every day. Canoe slalom, I don't know what that is. Canoe sprint, Why would you sprint holding a canoe? Coastal rowing? Sure. Cricket? I love bugs. Cross-country skiing? The whole country? I sure hope it does. Curling? Yeah, you betcha. Cycling, BMX, freestyling? I love ATV off-road fury. Cycling, BMX racing? Sure. Cycling, mountain biking? Sure. Cycling, road track? Whatever. Diving? Sure. I'm about to dive in. Equestrian? I love horse hobbies. Fencing? I love sitting on a fence. Figure skating? Okay. Flag football? Sure. Football? No thank you. Freestyle skiing? Yep. Futsal? Don't know what that is. Golf? No thank you. Absolutely not. Get that as far away from me as possible. Handball? Okay. Hockey? I love fighting. Ice hockey? More fighting. Judo? I love that movie. Karate? I actually did 8 years of karate when I was growing up. Lacrosse? That's for rich people. Luge? I love taking shots. Marathon swimming? No. Modern pentathlon? Can't pronounce it. Nordic combined? They're gonna combine them? That's just like human centipede. Rhythmic gymnastics? I don't know. Roller speed skating? That's just roller skating. Rowing? Rugby Stevens? Sailing? Sure. Shooting? Yeah, I'm an American. Short track speed skating? Don't know. Skateboarding? Call me Tony Hawk. Skeleton? I got a few in my closet. Ski jumping? I don't know. Ski mountaineering? I don't know. Snowboarding? I can do that. Speed skating? Sure. Sport climbing? Okay. Squash? No. Surfing? Okay. Swimming? Sure. Table tennis? Don't mind if I do. Taekwondo? More like taekwondo. I will. Tennis? Okay. Trampoline? Yeah, I'm a millennial, of course. Triathlon? Sure. Volleyball? Okay, I'm pretty sure that was over here, though. Water polo? Uh-huh. Weightlifting? Yeah. Wrestling? Sure. Wushu? Okay. That could be me. That could be me. That should be me! You want to know one of my favorite sports to watch of the Olympics? Wushu, more like wish you had more events to pick. Olympic game. Olympic game. Yeah. Enjoy it now. The ADHD meds will limit her. Yeah. We're so Jover. Or maybe we're so back. It's gonna go one way or the other. We love sports and we don't care who knows. I will promise you this, that if I start taking ADHD meds and I become a wet rag, I'm throwing those babies in the trash. It's done. It's Jover. What about speed walking? Yeah, the only sport that I'm gonna compete in is jumping to conclusions. The sport speed climbing is so satisfying. I love synchronized diving. It's so good. I love watching it. If we don't get segments like whatever that just was, I'm breaking into your home and taking them away. Perfect. Good. Don't lie to me. I've seen the clips. Sam's reading off sports again. She must be off her meds. My worst fear is my new therapist tells me I gotta get on meds for something because I think it'll make me lose my spark. I don't want to lose my sparkle. For me, it's the white water boating. Is that what they call it? I love beach volleyball because it feels so intense. So it starts tomorrow, doesn't it? Or it starts like tonight at like 1 a.m, right? Because that's like F-word time. I quit taking my ADHD meds and chose weed instead. I feel like it's money well spent. Yeah, I think I can hang. I just would rather it fix me, but we'll see. We'll see. I think so. Well, let's look it up. I have the internet at my fingertips. What time does the Olympics start? Olympics opening ceremony and what you can expect. I'm browsing. Surfing men's round 1 p.m. for whomst though. 1 p.m. what time? I actually opened up Peacock and it showed me the schedule. That's Love Island. It just automatically opened up Love Island. Where's the schedule? It's live right now. I'm sure that this has got to be a replay, right? It says opening ceremony. So that's not happening because that happened earlier today. Okay, handball. It doesn't say a time though. It just says 0. Isn't that like midnight? So at midnight is that? Okay. Is this in Pacific time? I guess I should look. Oh wait. Today's the 26th. So midnight PST. Okay. I'm assuming this just adapts to. There was shooting today. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. So today there was shooting and more shooting, and then they shot again, and then the opening ceremony happened, and then there was badminton, and then at midnight there will be men's handball, and then rowing, and then more shooting, and then volleyball, and then they're gonna do horses at 12:30, and then fencing, and then hockey, and then judo, and then rowing, and then fencing, and then hockey, and then shooting, and then shooting, and then fencing, and then artistic gymnastics, basketball, diving, handball, swimming, rowing, rowing, skateboarding, tennis, swimming, fencing, rowing, shooting, and then all of the other things. Tennis. Okay, and then it kind of just is like non-stop. Like I thought, did anybody else think that like it like was like a 9 to 5 and then they shut her down? Is it just literally a 24-hour thing? Yeah, where the fuck is pickleball? Control F. Alt F. Control F. What's the search button? Control F. Oh, pickle. No pickle. Pickleball next Olympics. I should host the Olympics. Not these Olympics, but like the streamer Olympics. But it's just other things. I come up with great ideas while the thing is happening that I should copy. Australian field hockey star Matt Dawson amputates portion of finger to play in 2024 Paris Games. What? They say the road to Olympic glory is paved with sacrifice. For Australian field hockey star Matt Dawson, he gave up more than most. The top part of a finger on his right hand. There's Olympic breakdancing. The 30-year-old athlete badly broke his finger after he was hit by a hockey stick during a training session in Perth 2 weeks ago. First quarter, maybe only 6 minutes in, opposition went to drag flick the ball and mishandle, and unfortunately my stick and hand was in the end of his swing zone and pretty much took my finger off. Do you guys understand all of that? The injury turned out to be a bit more serious than first thought, he explained. I tried to stand up pretty quick and eventually sort of passed out lying on the changing room floor, probably in a bit of shock. Doctors said his injury would take 4 to 6 months to recover, meaning he'd have to miss the games, or he could amputate his finger and make it to the competition. He chose the latter. He said he called his wife after talking about the amputation with the surgeon, and she warned him against making a rash decision. With all the information I had to make the decision in a pretty short period of time, I still decided to take it, and I can still have a pretty good functioning life with just a little less finger to worry about. Surely there's a video of him talking about it. You guys are fucking brutal over there. Matt Dawson finger. Australian hockey Matt Dawson player amputates finger. Okay. It looks like it blurs it out, hopefully. Wait, let me watch first. Hold on, let me proof it. Okay. This is so stupid. This is clearly somebody ripped it from the like Olympics because
at the Olympic Games in
they've
Paris.
put this like this over the top of it so that the DMCA doesn't grab
Dawson,
it. That's stupid. It's just pictures with like
an Australian field hockey as they face this could.
There he is. That's crazy. Would you guys do that? I would do that. If I had the opportunity to be in the Olympics and they were like, no? Really? Oh, I would cut my finger off. I ate clay once. Yeah, you'd do it. Lisa would do it. Girl, that's permanent. Yeah, but think about it. You either cut your finger off or you sit at home with a boo-boo watching the Olympics. Which finger? It looked like one of his ring fingers, but it was only like that much. My finger, I would have done it myself. I would have said, give me the butcher knife. I want to do it. I want to take my hands into my own hands. It's just like Jackbox. Yeah. Which one would you pick? If you guys had to remove a finger, which one would you cut off? I think I would cut off my ring finger because I feel like I want to be able to flip people off. I want to give people a thumbs up. I want to point at people and laugh at them. And I like to pick my nose with this finger. So I would cut my ring finger off. How long have you been on Twitch? 52 minutes. I'm a pointer picker myself. I do one of these, kind of this. And then. I'm a new streamer, brand new. The thumb is wild. I have really strong thumb muscles. As a deaf person, I would rather lose both legs than part of a finger. Oh, true, because is it because of sign language or what? Thumb is reserved for crusty boys. You guys save your thumb for crusty boys? Because of sign. Yeah, but maybe they have some pretty cool prosthetics. And what if you could get a cool design on it? Okay, hear me out. You get a prosthetic that's got like RGB in it. So then when you do sign language, you have like RGB sign language and it looks really fucking cool. Thoughts? I heard recently if you pick your nose, you're more likely to get Alzheimer's or something. I think I'm already fucked. I really honestly will be surprised if I like make it past 45. You know, I think that there's going to be some sort of weird, I have a feeling, knowing me, that I'm going to live a happy, healthy life. And then I'm going to like hit 45 and it's going to be some weird anomaly. Like somebody drops a piano on my head and I smile and all of my teeth are made out of piano keys. I really think that it's going to be something like that. I don't think I'm going to make it to old age. I'm going to slip on a banana and go, doot, 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 doot. Yeah. It's going to be Brody who drops it on purpose, probably. Honestly. A year?
What did I get myself into?
I don't know. What did you get yourself into? 2 years. I don't want to ruin your day, but that's not too far away. That's like 15 years. Bro, existential crisis just hit me like a tank. Oh, sometimes things seem really far away and then you do the math and you're like, whoa. Like my 40s are 10 years away. I'm as close to my high school graduation as I am to my 40s. I think I'm gonna throw up. We saw you get shot. That was insane. I just sneezed and it hurt. Yeah, I think, you know what I'm realizing is I'm at the age now where like, you know the age where you realize that when you eat something that's not good for you, it's gonna like take a little bit more work. You know it's gonna like stick a little bit. Like when I was a kid, I could like eat a whole bag of spicy Cheetos and then like go for a jog around the block and probably burn it all off. But now when I eat something, I'm like, damn, that's gonna hurt me. And also I think that I don't think that that's coming back off. And I got acid reflux this year after eating half a pizza. I realized that. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the last like I'm getting old moment. You know what it is? Lately, I'm looking around at like a lot of, I haven't been on Twitch that long, but I'm looking around at like a lot of the like upcoming streamers and they're all like way younger than I am. And I'm realizing that like by the time I'm like trying to jump on the train, I'm already halfway to, you know what I mean? Like I'm looking at all of the like, I'm like, what are they talking about? You like Jason? Yes. I'm like, man, all right. As long as Northern Lion exists, you're fine. That's true. That's true. Hey, do you mind if people from your stream jump on my stream? I actually think that people are bullshitting at this point. I truly don't think that anybody is that stupid. I really don't think that anybody's that stupid that they like think that people are going to like come up. You dumb motherfucker. You don't even have, you're banned or something. I clicked on your username and I'm pretty sure that you don't even exist. Get it together. I don't even know how you managed to come into my chat while still not existing. Gatsby, thank you for the 2 months. Old sport. Not even live. Why do they do that? Like, hey guys, come watch me, and then they aren't live. Like, if you're gonna self-promo, at least make it worth it. Account created yesterday. I don't know, guys. They could be the next Jinxie. Did they block you? Maybe. It's gotta be bots. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I swear these kids saw a Crub tweet and thought it was real. Dude, I went live on my alt yesterday and I was pissing myself. There's a Twitter account that takes Crub's tweets and feeds them into AI. And then the AI makes Crub AI tweets. And I was laying in bed, reading them, pissing myself. And I sent this to Crub at 4:30 in the morning. I need you to understand that my speaker on my phone is broken, so it makes it extra scuffed. This is what I sent Crub at 4:30 in the morning.
I Twitter account that does the AI and it uses Bro, there's so much funnier than you.
At the end, I said it's so much funnier than you, and it just cut it out. But then I sent him a follow-up.
I'm still laughing when I realize that you can't hear anything I say in that because my speaker is broken on my phone. I said that Twitter can't, I can't stop that Twitter account. It's the
Just it keeps cutting me
the
out.
AI Twitter account that's your punctuation on your tweets is so funny. I can't.
And then Krub said the audio representation of that fucked picture where you can't tell what anything is, but it does look like things. Like that's what it sounded like. Yeah, although I don't know why I need to say this. You guys don't need to interrogate chatters. If somebody comes in and they're being a weirdo, that doesn't need to be the like no chatter needs to take it upon themselves to decide that they need to interrogate them. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of Twitch channels that will take a mod if you want to do that. People love to dogpile and riot. It's weird, man. I wasn't being serious about interrogating. I don't know, when you said my interrogation is going well, nothing about that would elude me to thinking that you were kidding. Can I interrogate myself? Just do it in private, you know? I don't want to watch anybody interrogate themselves. You know? Can I watch the stream? Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's always allowed. Can Matt have a good night? I don't know, man. I hope he's having a night. I hope he's having a goddamn night. Are we allowed to not watch the stream? That would honestly be in your best interest, probably, for your own sanity. So, did you see that Steam is having a Sim Fest? My brain said, did you see that stream that is having a Slime Fest? And I was like, holy shit, Nickelodeon is so back. I was like, this is maybe the one instance where you can come into chat and be like, hey, do you know what this other streamer is doing? I was like, what the fuck is Slime Fest and who's doing it? No, what is SimFest? Is it just for the Sims? My Discord also, is anybody's Discord trying to get you to do like sim challenges? Because I had to like make it, yeah, Apex, I don't have it, but it was on the store page because I thought about buying it. I just don't know how to play poker, so it showed me there were SpongeBob goodies. I am so, it's taking everything in me to not buy more things for Discord. It's stupid. No poker knowledge necessary, actually. Oh, okay. Temple of the Hidden Legends. What is that? The SpongeBob goodies are hella overpriced. My guilty pleasure is the little Discord border photos. You know what I mean? Legends of the Hidden Temple, you mean? I don't know. Temple of the Hidden Legends was a huge favorite of mine. I've never heard of that. Legend of the Hidden Temple. Did you see Hairdresser Simulator? Maybe. I saw a barber. There's a simulator. Hold on, let me look at this. I did see this, but it's got mixed reviews, but that might just make it better. Do you think that this would be good, or do you think this will be fully fucked? It might be awesome. We have to do it. I'm down. Yeah, I'll play it. $15. It's on sale. I have it on my wish list already, apparently. There's one that looks cool, but it's for VR. Here's the thing, sometimes games have mixed reviews, and if they're shitty because they're funny, that's fine. If they're shitty because the game runs poorly, that sucks. So I never want to buy them if they just run like shit, but I'll buy them if they're just a bad game. Yeah, I never know. It's like, is it fucked because it's fucked, or is it fucked because it's, whatever. Reviews say game is buggy as hell. Yeah, see, that's like not even fun content. That's just like me trying to get the game to work. Okay, we have to do this. We have to do this conspiracy tier list, though, because I have been waiting to do it, and it is going to be very fun. But we have a lot of games now locked in, which is cool, because usually I'm like, I don't know what to do. Fuck you! Usually I don't know what to do, but now I have like a bunch of stuff to do in the future. Sorry, when I'm on Steam, it like automatically goes through all the photos, and then it'll cycle back around to the trailer, and that's what happened. Harold Halibut also is... Oh, it's not on sale, it's just featured. Okay. Yeah, Steam's autoplay is horrid. This game also I've been looking at that looks kind of like it might be okay. Infection-free zone? I don't know. Might be shit. Yeah, Titanic conspiracy is in there. It is. Okay, I'm going to close everything that I don't need open right now, because I know my ass is about to have a million tabs open. So let's just go ahead and close everything that doesn't need to be open. I'm going to close Spotify. We don't need music going. Okay, good. I'm going to minimize Discord, because I don't need that. I'm going to put these over here. I'm going to put this on... Let's put this... Let's see. Maybe I'll put you guys over here. Start recording. You guys over here. All right. Cool. Okay. All righty then. Are you guys excited? I think that this is going to be a very, very, very fun one, because I love giving my unasked for opinion, and I know that you guys do too. So we are going to do a tier list, and this tier list is the definitive conspiracy theory tier list. But we're not taking these at face value, because Hannah has come up with 47 pages of research. So every single one that we come across, I can actually give you context for them, instead of just deciding I think Avril Lavigne died. So that's it. I'm also muting the alerts, by the way. Alec, thank you for the 17. I appreciate that. I'm muting the alerts just because I will get distracted. But you'll still see them on screen. So please give me all of your money. I beg. I'm not begging. I would never. We will come across them. Across. No, you don't. It wasn't your bad. I'm sorry. As soon as I said it, I didn't want you to feel bad for that. It reminded me to mute my alerts. So really it was good because that it happened now and not later. So thank you. Extra thank you. You did the stream a service. I'm a turd. No. Can we feed the mods or upgrade their Wi-Fi connection in the basement for their absolute bangers they've been bringing to the stream? Yeah, they deserve the world. This will be truth. And to be clear, I believe every single one of these. Allegedly. Allegedly. Here is our tier list. I'm actually going to put it over here so that it doesn't get cut off underneath me. And I'm going to make me larger a little bit. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think that'll work. Okay. Here's our tier list. The categories are, this is canon, I'm sat but not convinced, nah, it's a no from me, dog, or do not let them cook. Now, I'm not sure which one applies to which, and these, I don't think they're in the same order, so Han, you might have to help me a little bit with that. Because I think that is that. So I'm gonna go in the order that the doc is in, which is going to start with a all-time favorite, maybe one of the top of the conspiracy list, something that many people have invested their silly little minds into: flat earth theory. So the flat earth theory is exactly what it describes itself as, which is the theory that the earth is not in fact round. I did not order these in the order you should go, and by the way, you can go in whatever order you want. Okay, I think I'm just going to go in the order they're in, and then we'll just find them in the thing. This is the theory that the earth is not actually round. It is flat, like the Truman Show. The theory is that it is like this because when you look out, you can't see the earth round. You just see, and then it stops. And the theory is that when you get to the edge of the planet, this is the question that everybody wants to know. When you get to the edge of the planet, it is just an ice wall, which I don't understand because I haven't seen any pictures of an ice wall. So hopefully we'll get to why the fuck they keep saying that nobody's seen that. Every map it's flat. How do they argue that? Yeah, exactly. Check mark. Earth is not flat. It's very well carbonated. True. Haven't you seen Game of Thrones? I saw all 7 seasons of it. All 6.5 seasons of it, let's be honest. This one is so fun. It's like a fake conspiracy made up to make fun of a conspiracy theory, but it exists. I had a friend that did an IRL stream at a flat earther convention, and I think about it all the time when I think about IRL streams, because I just think that that is what I want to do. I would love to IRL stream one of those. If anybody hears about any crazy conspiracy conventions in LA, you need to tell me about them, because I would love to do that. I would love to do it. So, flat earth conspiracy theories first arose in the 1950s, which I was surprised about because I thought that the flat earth theory was kind of like a newer thing. And they have been given new life in the internet age. They're bizarre. Ancient people knew that the earth was round. So this is not something that people thought and then unthought. We've known for a hot minute that the earth is round, right? Or spherical, I guess is what I should say. Flat earthers believe flat earth believers don't see beyond their own horizon. The line between earth and sky looks pretty flat, they figure, so all the rest of the evidence gets tossed out the window. I'm not going to read a whole lot about what flat earth believers believe because I think everybody knows, right? I think that we all probably are under the impression we know. So I'm going to just kind of like cut to the chase. We need to witness with our own very eyes the people who believe this so that we can understand who they are.
We'll start with some basic questions. The sky is...
In a world where it feels like nothing is as it seems.
Blue.
It's blue, of course. Oh, the sky's blue.
The sky's blue.
1 + 1 is...
2.
2. 2.
2. There's at least one truth we thought was indisputable.
And the Earth is...
Flat.
Flat.
The Earth is flat.
My reality, my senses tell me that the Earth is flat and stationary.
He's an empath.
So I thought. But for the people attending the first Flat Earth International Conference here in Cary, North Carolina, their Earth is indisputably not round.
Everybody here can agree on absolutely one thing, which is it is not a globe.
For centuries, a flat Earth was accepted as certainty until science and sailboats said otherwise.
One of the rules of power is you never admit that there's someone bigger than yourself.
But in 2015, this guy, Mark Sargent, posted his flat Earth clues.
Part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in.
You're kind of the father of this movement.
Boy,
how would you?
Don't do that.
You're the one who sort of started it all.
I did not invent flat Earth. All I did was walk up to a door, point at it, say, you know what? I think there's some really interesting things on the other side of this, and check it out for yourself. If flat Earth is a university, FEA, then I would be the freshman recruiter.
People have traveled from around, actually, Mark would say, across the flat world to attend.
The first rule of Flat Club is you don't talk about Flat Club.
Until now.
I have a poem about that. It's right here.
Amy Nicholson wrote a book of poetry about her flat Earth journey.
A few months flat and 7 months to rally.
Kim Gurley came to the conference from Houston.
I haven't really come out all the way yet. I'm still a little in the closet.
Ain't no way she's comparing the flat earther to being in the closet. That's wacky.
Blaney Inavali came from even farther.
I mixed with quite a lot of flat earthers in New Zealand.
You know flat earthers, I guarantee it. But you don't know who they are because they're afraid of talking about it.
1, 2, 3!
Like many modern movements, this one has grown.
And all of those people vote. Every single one of them, they get to vote.
In large part out of the internet, with rappers like Odd TV evangelizing to hundreds of thousands of subscribers.
No more living on a cartoon ball.
And YouTube channels like
Globebusters,
encouraging skepticism about what you've been taught. For the serious students here at the conference,
This has got to a point now where it's becoming real.
it all comes down to proof.
When it comes to science, there's things you can test right now, right? Fire burns, water's wet, drop something, falls to the ground, that appears to be gravity. Those are things you can test, right?
But the curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth, unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true.
A lot of people are going, this is
crazy, right? But think about this. For the last 20...
How many of these people do you think are religious? Because I would love to meet somebody who's like, the Earth isn't round because I can't see it. How could it be? I've never seen it before, so how is it round? And then you're like, how do you feel about God? And they're like, I just have faith. I don't need to see him. I just know.
25 generations, this is what we've told people.
Unlike what we've been told in school, some flat earthers imagine the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
So are you certain this is what the Earth looks like?
Pretty sure. Almost. I mean, there are some details to be worked out, sure, but the basic concept is sound. Absolutely sound. And one thing, again, we absolutely know for a fact, this ain't it.
So those iconic blue marble images seen from space, flat earthers denounce them as fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
Yes, question.
So if you think you have questions,
Feel free to line up and ask them while I'm reading the opening statement.
the flat earthers have many, many more.
This is what returns to Earth.
Which is why I thought someone who's actually seen the Earth from space might have some answers.
1 + 1 is?
2.
What color is the sky?
Blue.
and the Earth is
round, just like it is here, this model of it.
Professor Mike Massimino spent more than 20 days in space and worked on the Hubble telescope.
So when you looked at the planet, what did it look like?
It looks round, folks. It is round. My eyewitness account, and I looked at it as much as I could. It is round.
Okay, we're in the final countdown. How you doing over there?
It's
He's
just a
played
bizarre
himself
thing
on the big...
to like have so little trust in like why does it need to be flat? Like why can't you accept that it's round?
Conspiracy.
You know what I mean?
Conspiracy.
Scooter, I missed your sub. Thank you for the 13. And Carmen, thank you for the 6. I appreciate that. Like, I think that flat earthers might just be pick-me girls. Like, they're like, well, it could be round and that's fine, but I think that maybe it's flat because that seems a little bit more interesting. You know? Like, when people have conspiracies that like work in their favor, like when they come up with a conspiracy because the thing that happened they think is like bad and they come up with a conspiracy that's in their benefit, I can understand why that happens. But something like this is like, for what? Like, for why though? Like, what do you mean? Like, why do you care so much that you've decided that it's just different than every other piece of scientific evidence? They like being quirky. Yeah, they're not like other girls. There's a fly. Yeah.
Big Bang Theory, but some flat earthers actually believe astronauts are just actors, part of a huge conspiracy.
Well, that's fair.
Going back to those very first
the moon
steps
landing
on the moon.
was not real.
Small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
You don't believe that they've gone to space?
No, not at all. The rockets go up, sure. There's nobody in them.
I hope you're ready to listen fast because I'm ready to speak fast.
Rob Skiba is another one of the celebrity contrarians in the flat earth movement. His popular YouTube videos and podcasts take clues from the Bible's book of Genesis.
There's no way you can get a spinning heliocentric globe out of anything in the Bible.
Are you just skeptical of everything?
I have become skeptical of everything, and I think rightfully so.
Pretty much everyone here, though, is kind of a conspiracy theorist.
I'd say that's a common trait, but I think there's a little bit of conspiracy theorists in all of us. I really do.
This is going to be fun.
It's why many of them do their own experiments. Daryl Marble packed a level on a flight to test if the plane was flying parallel to a flat Earth.
So there's going to be some sciencey people who say that is a real Bobo experiment.
Oh, thank you for the gifty, Jaden. I appreciate
a little
it.
basic.
I know. It's so simple, it'll go right over your head.
The credo for many of these believers, check it out for yourself.
Go out and test.
You just want them to ask the questions.
Why do you believe what you believe? And let you go from there. Because I could tell you something, and then you just look at me and say I'm crazy.
A lot of people watching this are going to be like, that man is crazy.
I'm sure they probably do. And I would say, well, they're crazy for not testing what they think they believe.
But in a world of disagreements large and small, for something as clear as this horizon, the interpretation could be infinite. For Nightline, I'm Eva Pilgrim in Cary, North Carolina.
Not North Carolina, no. Unfortunately, though, not only are flat earthers hidden in the cracks of society, but they're everywhere. They're even in places.
Millie, when
like
you were
Hollywood.
14 years old, you said on a TikTok live that you thought the earth was flat.
Unfortunately, yes, I did.
Do you still believe this?
No.
Telling the truth.
Although I've never seen, like, the you know when you're on a plane, sometimes you can see it, the curve. I've not seen that yet.
You've seen satellite pictures, right?
I have, yeah. Thanks, Judd.
Millie, when
Guys, I have terrible news for you. You're gonna hate this next one.
Like, even when people say the earth is flat, everybody thinks I'm joking. And I don't know why people think I'm joking, but, well, it's me, so I guess that's why they think I'm
That's why they think you joking.
But when I say, like, I kind of believe this shit. I just want to know what's on the bottom. What's under it? Like, if this is the flat Earth, what's here? And what are they trying to hide? Why are they trying to keep us from this? Why can't we go over Antarctica if Antarctica is the shit? And everybody keeps saying God, and I'm like, that's where God is, not the other.
I haven't had this conversation with anybody.
Yeah, I've talked to BLB about this. He's not super informative. Like, even when people say the Earth is flat,
I know. It's a shame. It's tragic. It's so tragic. Somebody needs to buy that man a drink. I would like to buy T-Pain a drink and have a talk with them about flat earthers. What do people think is down there? It's where they keep the 11 herbs and spices, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Like, that's where they keep the secret formula. That's where they keep what are all of the things that society is hidden from us? That, you know what's under the flat earth? That is where all of the eels fuck, because we don't know how eels reproduce. And I'm thinking that under the flat earth is where the eels go and they have a big sex party. They have a big sex party and then they come back up out of the earth. And we have to be careful, because if we're not careful, there's going to be a revolution. The eels are going to take over and they're going to turn the top of the earth, where they're going to flip it. They're going to flip the tables. Yeah. So if I die in the next 7 days, it was the eels. Now, some flat earthers have taken upon themselves to prove that the earth is in fact flat by building their own devices. Now, here's a video of a rocket. If you look very closely, you can actually see Elon Musk launching it from his Cybertruck. What was he trying to do? 1,800 feet off the ground and ended in a hard landing. Hughes, who launched his rocket near Amboy, California, pulled 2 parachutes while falling back to Earth. He called the result a hard landing and told the AP, "I'll feel it in the morning." He launched himself? Mad Mike acknowledged his rocket launch was dangerous, telling the AP the thing wants to kill you 10 different ways. It was not his first attempt at launching himself into space to prove his theory that the Earth is flat. Paramedics met Hughes after he plunged back to Earth. He was injured, but the type and severity of the injuries are unclear. That was natural selection trying its goddamn hardest. Wait, so did he want to go up to space to see? Has this motherfucker heard of an airplane? So, did he not trust planes or something? Okay, so the plane, all right, planes are, okay, got it. Yeah, planes are fake, okay. Right. Yeah. Okay, the windows are fake. Yeah, that makes sense. Understandable, okay. Interesting. Okay, so now we've got a couple of TikToks here, and I love a good TikTok. So here are some people, and I'm going to play this one specifically because I know Hannah's really, really disappointed in this specific one. Here's a couple words from advocates of the good word.
How do you feel about flat Earth?
I mean, it's flat.
You're running with flat Earth theory?
Yeah, I'm
my uncle one time, so I'm from Maine, I'm a lobster fisherman, right? So my uncle one time, he got in his boat and he went way fucking past the 3 mile line. all the way out towards Canada. And I swear to fucking God, we never saw that motherfucker again. He went all the way past towards Canada, and I believe, personally, that he sailed off the edge of the earth.
Oh, did he? Okay. Got it. Guys, all of the Love Island people are back together. There's a lot of drama.
How do you feel about flat Earth?
I'm shocked that they're wearing masks, to be honest with you. Like, they're not on, but they're outside, and it may be a glitter mask, but I'm shocked, to be honest with you. Yeah. If you want to know what a Maine accent is, that's it.
All the way out towards Canada. And I swear to fucking God, we never saw that motherfucker again. He went all the way past towards Canada, and
it's like kind of like New York, but like flatter. Is that what people from Maine sound like? It's Diet Boston. That is what it is. It's like if you took a soda and you like let it sit for a bit and it kind of went flat, but the soda was like a Boston accent. That's kind of what it sounds like. I want some spicy Cheetos so bad right now. You know what I have? Wait. Guys, I have to let you cook for 2 seconds. I'll be... I fucking hate myself. Conspiracy! Sandwich has learned over 4 years how to unmute her mic when she comes back. No. Okay. Sorry. So, anyways, we're so back. This is my first stream. Now, listen, the standards, you should keep your standards high. But what you shouldn't do is keep your standards weird.
If you are in the flat earth community, it is practically your civic duty to try and date globers whenever you can. And let me explain why. I'm a flat earther myself, and honestly, for a while, the thought of dating a glober just disgusted me because I can't imagine being in the same room even with...
I love that she says a glober. You know what I mean? Like, this woman absolutely, if you took her to the Harlem Globetrotters, she would probably combust.
Somebody who believes the earth is a sphere that's spinning miles per hour around the sun. It's completely ridiculous. But I recently realized that romantic relationships are one of the best ways to convert or force or impose your beliefs on somebody. And this has been the perfect opportunity to turn any guy that I've dated into a flat earther and grow our community. So yeah, I'm a flat earther dating Glober.
I'm so sorry that she has to deal with that. I'm so sorry that she has to deal with that. I can fix her. Surely it has to be a satire.
I get asked on here a lot, why do I call myself a film cell? And the answer is I don't. Or at least that's what the answer used to be, because I've created a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy for myself, and let me explain why. So imagine you're me, you're on it.
I feel like she definitely just does these bits to like rage bait.
We need to have an honest conversation about Mario Party 8 on the Wii, specifically the Shake It Up minigame, where you shake up a can of soda, and nothing in my life could have prepared me for this being the gameplay. I know everybody's gonna be like, Chloe, get your mind out of the gutter or whatever, but I wasn't the only one thinking this, okay? Like, I didn't design it either. This is Nintendo's fault fully. It gets even worse when you read the rules, and especially the hint. Don't get too crazy shaking your can. Small, fast shakes do the trick better than big ones. I was playing against one of my friends, and I unfortunately did place a very hard-earned second place, but the AI, not even close at all, which I think proves there's simply some things that AI can't recreate.
Jorkin at 64. Okay. Then we have, let's see. Let's watch this. I haven't proved this one.
In 2019, a group of flat earthers decided to scientifically prove that the Earth is flat. So they bought a $20,000 ring laser gyroscope, an extremely precise tool that can be used to gauge the Earth's motion. They figured that if Earth is actually a sphere, they would see a 15-degree-per-hour drift on their gyroscope. And although they were very confident that this would not happen, when they turned on their device, it said 15 degrees on the dot. Now, in the words of one of the lead researchers, we obviously weren't going to accept that. They tried to use the gyroscope again in what's called a zero-Gauss chamber and also an bismuth chamber to really alleviate any outside factors that could be affecting the reading. Still, however, it remained 15 degrees. But instead of accepting these results, they decided to come up with an entirely different experiment. They took these two boards and cut holes in them. Then, they placed them a distance away and put a camera on one side and a light on the other. If the Earth is flat, the camera would see the light when they were both being held at the same height. If the Earth is round, however, the light would have to be held higher for it to be seen.
We don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting.
Like, that's so embarrassing. That's so embarrassing for you. Like, you know what I mean? Fantix, is that how you say it? Thank you so much for the brand new sub. I have the alerts muted right now, but thank you. I appreciate it. Interesting. So, I think that is going to conclude Flat Earthers. The Flat Earth conspiracy. Which we now have this. Get to close all these tabs. Yay. All right. So, Flat Earth. Our categories. This is canon. I'm sat but not convinced. You know what I'm gonna do? I changed my mind on Spotify. Flat Earth. Now, I know there's a lot of people that get really involved in the Flat Earth one because it is in our nature to wonder about the environment around us and question the things that we see every day. Plus, if you've ever seen The Truman Show, the dome concept, kind of sick. Also, I really like the idea that all of the eels are underneath the earth fucking. That's kind of cool and fun. So our categories are, this is canon, I'm sat but not convinced, nah, it's a no from me, dog, or do not let them cook. After reviewing all of the evidence, I've decided that flat earthing is going to go it's a no for me, dog. Do I think that it is the dumbest of the dumb? I think that we can get dumber. I do not think it's true, and we've easily disproved it, right? Some of the ones that are coming up, although they might be ridiculous, we haven't necessarily shot them in the dick. This one has been shot in the dick over and over again. So that one goes, it's a no for me, dog. Little dick shot, yeah. Feels like a low tier entry level shit post of a conspiracy, so that's a fair ranking. Yes, we can take it. I am a Glober. I'd like to bring this to you today, is that I would like to say that I am a Glober and I'm proud. All right, our next one. I'll give you a clue, actually, what our next one is. Some of you may have heard of this. Elvis Presley, one of the greatest music artists of all time, who was also played by Nate Jacobs from Euphoria, who I think is kind of... Okay, you know what? I don't want to talk about it. Anyways, there was a theory that Elvis Presley did not actually die.
Question mark.
Nate Jacobs from Euphoria. I don't. What's the actor's name? What's his name? I always forget. I don't know. What the fuck is his name? He's tall. He's the tall guy. No, not Austin Butler. Jacob Elordi. Yeah, Jacob Elordi. Saltburn. I should have said Saltburn. I should have said bathwater Saltburn guy. Sorry. That would have been. You know what I mean? Okay, hold on, let me go through this stuff, because I was going to go through this whole doc and then I ended up taking a phone call from a different tall Australian, so that's just stay away from tall Australians. Okay. The theory is that Elvis didn't die. He faked his death to protect himself and his family from death threats stemming from his work as a government agent, that rumors about his drug use were spread to support the cover-up, and that he has been living under an assumed identity in a government protection program ever since. Hold on, I have to read through this real quick. I'm just gonna pull up some of these. I should have gone through this ahead of time. If my pilot isn't a Glober. Can you imagine? You just get in a plane and they're like, we're gonna be flying straight at the same altitude in a straight line because the Earth is, in fact, flat. Elvis is alive. Just put this over here. I'm just gonna read this to you guys. Should I just read this whole thing, Han? Like all of the pink stuff? I was trying to fight with me in a Denny's. You can. I thought you would jump around. I can jump around. I just have to jump around. Okay. From the beginning, when Elvis was appointed a sheriff's deputy in Shelby County, it was more than an honorary position. How else would you explain why he took a firearms test and filled out a job application as part of the process? There is also evidence that he participated in drug stakeouts as a deputy. From there, his interest in law enforcement intensified. In 1970, he contacted President Nixon, who named him a special agent at large for the government agency that would become the DEA. He told Nixon he wanted to help the country. Mob threats inspired Elvis to fake his own death to protect himself and his family. The government cooperated in the cover-up. Atchison pointed to Elvis's military stint where the army secretly stationed him at a base in New Jersey instead of in Texas, where he was supposed to be, to keep him away from the media and fans. If the government was willing to protect him in the army, he reasoned, then they would certainly be willing to protect Agent Presley later. For the funeral, a wax figure of Elvis was used, kept cool by an elaborate system of dry ice and battery-operated soundproof fans located in the casket. How else do you explain why the body was sweating? Corpses don't sweat. But wax will. He performed his own experiment, or Atchison, I don't know who this is, explored his own experiment by cooling a wax candle in a freezer and then taking it out into the room temperature. Condensation formed on the candle's surface. I need to look up history of how Elvis died. Did he die from drugs? I'm sorry, I'm cutting to things. Died on the shitter. He died on the toilet. Got it. Got it. Died on the toilet from maybe a heart attack from drugs. There's a heart attack on the toilet. Got it. Anyways, I'm just gonna skip to the TikToks.
Is this man actually Elvis? At the age of 42, the world lost an icon. But even though many people believe that he faked his own death for protection against the mafia, there hasn't been any conclusive proof until now. Well, you see, recently a man who was a psychiatric patient claimed to be Elvis. Of course, no one believed him. And eventually the therapist who was attending to him told him to go take a DNA test, if you really are Elvis. However, after the test results got back, not only did Jesse's DNA match up to Elvis's DNA, but to both sides of his parents as well. According to historical records, Elvis actually had an identical twin that wasn't as healthy. And interestingly enough, his name was Jesse Garen Presley. Is it possible that upon Jesse's death, the bodies were swapped, and the real Elvis assumed the role of Jesse? Even though you can watch the full video by clicking on the link in the description below, many people are asking the question.
So there is a theory that Elvis didn't actually die, and he's still... Would he still be alive? Hypothetically, could he still be alive? Do you think? 89. Okay, so he could still be kicking. I'm gonna Google about Elvis Presley's death because I don't really know anything about that. Elvis Presley death. He's young enough to be president. True. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you for the 2 years. Thank you.
Haven't stopped by in a bit.
I appreciate it.
But I wanted to thank you for making me feel welcomed in this community. Your ovary pogo sandwich love.
Hold on, I'm looking. One moment. I need to give backstory on what the fuck we're talking about before I tell you the conspiracies, and I do not know much about Elvis at all. Where's his death? Final months. On August 16th, 1977, Elvis Presley was scheduled on an evening flight out of Memphis to Portland, Maine to begin another tour. That afternoon, however, his fiancée, Ginger Alden, discovered him unresponsive on the bathroom floor of his Graceland mansion. Attempts to revive him failed, and he was pronounced dead at Baptist Memorial Hospital at 3:30 p.m. He was 42 years old. President Jimmy Carter issued a statement that credited Presley with having permanently changed the face of American popular culture, also known as pop culture. Thousands of people gathered outside Graceland to view the open casket. One of Presley's cousins, Billy Mann, accepted $18,000 to secretly photograph the body. The picture appeared on the cover of the National Enquirer's biggest selling issue ever. Alden struck a $105,000 deal, which is the equivalent of $528,000, with the Enquirer for her story, but settled for less when she broke her exclusivity agreement. Presley left her nothing in his will. Elvis Presley's funeral was held at Graceland on August 18th. Outside the gates, a car plowed into a group of fans, killing 2 young women and critically injuring a third. About 80,000 people lined the processional route to Forest Hill Cemetery, where Presley was buried next to his mother. Within a few weeks... There's a spider on my wall. You know what? It's fine. Within a few weeks, Way Down topped the country and UK singles chart. Following an attempt to steal Presley's body in late August, the remains of both Presley and his mother were exhumed and reburied in Graceland's meditation garden on August 2nd. Somebody tried to steal the body. A little suspicious. Cause of death. While an autopsy undertaken the same day Presley died was still in progress, Memphis medical examiner announced that the immediate cause of death was cardiac arrest and declared that drugs played no role in Presley's death. In fact, drug use was heavily implicated in Presley's death. Okay. The pathologist conducting the autopsy thought it was possible, for instance, that he had suffered anaphylactic shock brought on by codeine pills he had gotten from his dentist, to which he was known to have a mild allergy. Lab reports filed 2 months later strongly suggested that polypharmacy was the primary cause of death. One reported 14 drugs in Elvis's system, 10 in significant quantity. In 1979, forensic pathologist Cyril Wecht reviewed the reports and concluded that in combination with depressants had resulted in Presley's accidental death. Forensic historian and pathologist Michael Baden viewed the situation as complicated. So I was like, what are you guys talking about? It's CYRIL, but I could see it. Forensic historian and pathologist reviewed the situation as complicated. Elvis had an enlarged heart for a long time. That, together with his drug habit, caused his death. But he was difficult to diagnose. It was a judgment call. So that is how he died. Some people, though, are not convinced that he's actually gone.
Do you love Elvis?
I love Elvis. So basically what happens
You
on
kind
Friday,
of, when you talk about him, you talk more like him, too.
No, I don't think I do.
Is it?
I don't notice.
Have you heard the conspiracy theory that he died and they replaced him with someone else?
No. I've heard the conspiracy theory that he was still alive, and the fact that they misspelled his name on his grave, on his stone, his tombstone, was an indicator that he's still alive.
Ooh.
Because it's like, see, it's not official because they misspelled his name. How do you misspell Elvis's name? Well, it was because if they put Aaron, his middle name's Aaron, and they put which is AA. A lot of people spell it Aaron.
Aaron.
Yes. Okay.
Right. But that's not how he spelled it, I think. And so I'm like, you're telling me this multi-billionaire, a guy who still makes $50 million a year on his name, they couldn't fix it at Graceland?
Whoa. You done messed up, Aaron, for sure. I don't really think the misspelling is too big of a deal, but it's just human error. But, who knows? Here's some more theories about his death.
Did Elvis Presley die on the toilet, or did he not die after all? Here are 5 creepy theories that suggest Elvis is still alive. Theory 1, wax figure. The wax figure at Elvis' funeral was so lifelike that even his friends and family noticed it. Is this proof that Elvis is still alive? Theory 2, misspelled tombstone. Elvis's tombstone says Elvis Aaron Presley with 2 A's, but he always wrote his middle name as just 1 A. Does this suggest that Elvis is alive and well, or is it just a mistake? Theory 3, plane ticket. Shortly after Elvis died, someone purchased a plane ticket who looked exactly like Elvis and used the name John Burrow, which was Elvis's nickname. Theory 4, meeting with Nixon. A few years before his death, Elvis had a secret meeting with President Nixon and the FBI. Some say that Elvis was an undercover FBI agent who is still alive today. Theory 5, black helicopter. A suspicious black helicopter landed on the roof of Elvis' Graceland home hours before his death. Some believe it was a government helicopter used by the president to pick up Elvis.
Joke's on them. Helicopters aren't real. So it definitely wasn't that. I think I'm going to skip the video essay hand just because I think that if I do those, that we'll just be here for fucking ever. Yeah, I think we're good on that one. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, interesting. Well, I don't really think I'm sold on that one. Well, let me show you some cold hard proof that you can't deny. If Elvis Presley is dead, then who delivered Soup's Panera? Yeah, checkmate, liberals. All right, the theory that Elvis is dead, the theory that Elvis is still alive, I think is people hoping that their favorite artist couldn't possibly have died. I think that somebody as famous as Elvis couldn't have gone this whole time without spoiling it to somebody. I really, truly think that he would have slipped up and accidentally sang or something. Twin brother theory is a better one than the government agent one. The twin brother one. I think that this, let's see, which one is the Elvis one? Is it this one? I'm assuming that it's this one. The old guy. Got it. I think I kind of want to get rid of this one because it's kind of just like repeating. I think that this one is also, it's a no for me, dog. I just don't think that he can handle not being famous anymore. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. It's nah. It's a nah for me. I think that Jacob Elordi did a better job. His ego wouldn't handle it. Right. Okay, our next one is Prince Charles, the one you all know and probably don't love, is actually a vampire. Prince of Wales is related to Vlad the Impaler, that you may know from What We Do in the Shadows. Also the inspiration for Dracula. And there are many royals in Charles' bloodline who were known to have the disease polyphia. That's a great band. Which is an iron deficiency that causes people to be sensitive to sunlight. So, all of my anemia baddies, rise up.
King Charles likes to joke on television how he is related to Dracula.
His Royal Highness Prince Charles, who can trace his ancestry back to Romania's dark and distant past.
The genealogy shows.
All of my anemia girlies, rise up, but not too fast because we don't want you to faint.
I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler, you see. So I do have a bit of a stake in the country.
As it were. These royals are the result of an incestuous breeding program wherein children were used as a way to gain power over the masses. Throughout the First World War, the people of England were questioning the loyalty of the German bloodlines who ruled over them, which prompted the royal family to change their name to Windsor in 1917.
Did anybody, I saw a tweet about this the other day where somebody was like, hey, by the way, does anybody know what the royal family's last name is? And I sat there and I was like, holy shit, no. It's King Charles or Queen Elizabeth or Princess Diane or Harry Styles. But I never knew what their last name was. I just never thought about it.
9 years later, Queen Elizabeth was born, who was initiated into the Druid Order in 1946.
That cut off is insane.
In the shadowy corridors of Buckingham Palace, whispers of an ancient secret echoed through the halls. Prince Charles, with his enigmatic smile and piercing gaze, was rumored to be more than just royalty. Under the cover of night, it was said he roamed the palace grounds, his footsteps silent and his presence unseen. Legends spoke of a lineage tracing back to Vlad the Impaler, and those who dared to delve deeper into the mystery often vanished without a trace. As the moonlight cast eerie shadows on the palace walls, the question lingered. Was the future King of England hiding a dark, immortal secret?
Okay,
the answer to this
blindness.
enigma was guarded by centuries of lineage, whispered in the dark corners of the royal archives, where ancient manuscripts held tales too chilling to be told. Yet, amidst the whispers and legends, one truth remained certain. The mystery surrounding Prince Charles would forever shroud Buckingham Palace in an aura of intrigue and
These
uncertainty.
AI photos are so funny. Okay. Let's see. I don't really know if we honestly... Okay, I'm going to read the closing statement, which says very important. Because honestly, I'm not really sure... This is the most important one. There you have it, folks. The proof. Do you want to know one of my favorite movies ever? They made a show and the show was fine. It was good. But I think the movie was so iconic. Let me see. Is there any like funny... What's the funny... My funniest moment from this show about Vlad. I love when they learn about... Let's see. What We Do in the Shadows. YouTube. I think they learn about YouTube. Maybe this is it. I love this movie so much. It's one of my favorite movies. The show's fine, the show's good, but the movie is just so good. I love it so much. It's one of my favorite. It's so good. Yeah, I just thought about that because Vlad the Impaler is in it. That's that guy where he was like, you can poke her on Facebook. You gotta wait until November. No! This was 9 years ago! We're werewolves, not swearwolves. All right. Prince Charles being a vampire. What do we think? I mean, listen, I think if anybody is going to be a vampire, I think it would be somebody with a lot of power. You know what I mean? I don't know if I'm convinced, but I'm sat. I'll hear more about it. He's got kind of weird little hands, and I don't know. I feel like there's got to be, there's some mysteries in the royal family, okay? And I feel like if we're going to just throw a bunch of them in there, that probably is one of them. Is a Nosferatu kid. Yeah, I actually have a video of Charles, which is like pretty damning. He looks a little bit weird in this one.
Can I have a job application? I brought my own spatula. I called earlier, but I hung up because I was nervous.
Do you have references?
Wait! If that was you on the phone and you on the bus, then who was flickering the lights?
Nosferatu!
Yep. I think I'm sat. Not fully convinced, but I am sat. All right, guys. This is the big one, okay? This is the big one. Let me just say a third conspiracy list, or sorry, let me just say a third conspiracy theory has hit the tier list. And by third, I mean fourth, because we're on 4. So not, okay, I fucked it up. You get it. 9/11. This is a big one, okay? I'm going to go to the conspiracy wiki because the internet never lies. Here we go. There are various conspiracy theories that attribute the preparation and execution of the September 11 attacks against the United States to parties other than or addition to Al-Qaeda. These include the theory that high-level government officials had advanced knowledge of the attacks. Government investigations and independent reviews have rejected these theories. Proponents of these theories assert that there are inconsistencies in the commonly accepted version, or that there exists evidence that was ignored, concealed, or overlooked. "7-Eleven was a part-time job." Okay. Yeah. It's kind of the same thing, in a way. Let's see. A talk about the documentary that fueled the conspiracy. Hold on, I have to figure out which one I want to click on. I'm gonna open a couple of these and see which one I wanna. I literally sat down and I was like, I'm gonna look at every single link and I'm gonna figure out Okay, this is a good one. I'll watch this.
The terrorist attacks of 9/11 provoked a wide range of responses.
It's difficult to find the words to describe the feeling in New York City today,
including at least one sophisticated piece of misinformation, a viral internet documentary series called Loose Change.
When Loose Change came out, it was a game changer.
Loose Change proposed a number of unproven and false conspiracy theories, including the suggestion that the U.S. government was behind the attacks. Journalist Jonathan Kay has written extensively on conspiracy theories. He explains,
these were the first people who took the conspiracist culture of the internet and said, let's turn this into something that looks like fairly slick entertainment. And because it's entertaining, people are going to watch it. And because it's slick video, people are going to think it's authoritative. They're not going to think it's like some weird guy who's on the street corner just like handing them some amateur hour leaflet.
Loose Change may have satisfied a need for people during an unsettling time, as social psychologist Sander van der Linden explains.
Conspiracy theories are attractive for people on a psychological level for a variety of reasons. They feed into what we call existential needs. So our anxieties and worries about death and the state of affairs and the world and the future. So sort of these existential threats. And so,
The
whenever they
government
tie
shut
into
down
that,
Flight
it helps calm
93,
people
which
down
was
and gives
headed for
people
the
a
White
sense of
House.
agency and control
Pentagon,
over their
that's my
lives.
conspiracy.
A simple narrative to hold on to, a simple explanation for otherwise seemingly complex and random events.
Do you even know what we're talking about, ma'am? You read a report 4 years ago and you think you know what happened.
Kay says the medium was particularly effective at carrying its message.
Around the time of 9/11, when you saw well-produced video, it was authoritative. Back then, it was very difficult to make a good video. It was good to get good digital video, and it was a special skill to edit it.
The film's persuasive power had more to do with its production values than its arguments or information.
When I tell people Loose Change, I tell people to try and be aware of like how much they're being affected by the music. It's like sort of like this techno, but it has kind of an ominous sound to it.
Oh, okay.
It seems a very long bow to me, but are you sort of suggesting that this worked in the favour of the Bush administration?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And most of the argument isn't being done with words. Most of the argument is being done with images and music.
Loose Change garnered millions of views and thousands of DVD sales. Kay says that today a film like that might not get the same views or make the same waves.
If Loose Change came out now, I don't think people would watch it because no one has a 90-minute attention span anymore. The best way now would be to do a podcast. That's what people do now.
But thanks in part to the success of that film and others like it, the hunger for conspiracy theories has only grown.
And we want our freedom, and we want justice, and we're going to get it!
While it was once reserved for the fringes of society, now it's becoming mainstream, and at least 50% of Americans believe in one conspiracy theory, if not multiple.
A plane did not hit Building 7!
This is Inside Edition Digital.
All right. I've never watched that, the Loose Change thing. I've never seen it. Weird classroom TikTok. Okay, what's this?
The sound it makes. Get ready. Yes, kite. Get ready to read.
9/11 was a Luciferian ritual. A lot of stuff I could tell had to be taken down and it was hard to watch.
This word the fast way. Get ready. Yes. Sound it out. Get ready. Sound it out. Get ready. What word? Yes, kid. Boys and girls, sound this word out. Get ready. What word? Steal. Yes, steal. Read these words the fast way. Get ready. Play. Yes, play. Get ready.
That that's not real. What the fuck is that?
Yes, must. Let's read these words the fast way without making a mistake. Get ready. Kite. Yes, kite. Get ready. Kit. Yes, kit. Get ready. Steal. Yes, steal. Get ready. Plane. Yes, plane. Get ready. Must. Yes, must. Or to just pick your reader up from under your seat. Open your book up to lesson 60 on page 1.
Okay. I was like, that's kind of wild that they were saying like hit. Like that's a little weird. Yeah, you had that background music to anything, and yeah. Okay. God, there are flies. I bought these strips. They're like the tape that you hang, but then you just have these gross pieces of tape like hanging from your ceiling. And I have them here, but I don't have anywhere to hang them from. Okay, what is this?
World Trade Center deal was super sketchy. Well, you see, just 2 months before 9/11, the World Trade Center was taken private by a man named Larry Silverstein, who ate breakfast on the 91st floor of the North Tower every morning except the day of the
Hang them up in the background of the stream so we can see the progress. Like I could hang them from my AC unit up there so they would just do this. And then every time we catch one, I have to eat it.
The tragedy, citing an emergency hospital appointment. What's more fascinating is that he also took out an insurance plan on the entire building that just so happened to cover terrorism. When the dust settled, Larry was awarded a total of $4.5 billion. And even though it can't be proven that this could have been the largest insurance fraud in history, everyone's saying that.
Everyone's saying that. It just so happened to cover terrorism for a building specifically attacked by terrorists. Everyone is saying that. Many people are saying this. At 9/11, jet fuel can't melt steel beams. Everyone's saying this. I know a lot about towers. I have one myself. It's a very great tower. Everyone's saying it's the best tower, okay? I know a bit. I know a lot about towers. It's the best tower. You've been practicing? I only do it when I'm on stream. I literally only do it on stream. I don't. Did you see him say tower was the tallest on the day it happened? No, he didn't. My tower's the tallest tower. A plane could never take my tower down. Everybody loves my tower. Sounds more like sketch than Trump. Special plays, special players. What's up, brother? Everybody's saying I did not have sexual relations with that man. Just kidding. Footage of the plane hitting the Pentagon. The plane hitting the Pentagon. You also don't need to turn steel to liquid for it to lose enough structural strength to fall down. I don't know, man. Yeah, what's the deal? Hold on. What's the deal with, is it Trump's VP that apparently had sex with a couch? Did I just make that shit up, or is that something that I'm seeing on Twitter? Is it like a real thing, or is it like a funny like hee hee ha ha? Because we might need to take a side quest real quick. That's just how it happens in Ohio. Okay, Connor, can you confirm or deny? He may have. Okay. JD Vance fucked a couch. Was it a lazy boy, or? They don't call it a love seat for nothing. Okay. Anyways, I'm sorry. Did any of you guys think that you would spend your evening, your Friday night, watching videos of 9/11 while I talk about the vice president of a presidential candidate fuck a couch? Like, did that come up on your bingo board? Okay, this is the plane hitting the Pentagon, allegedly. Allegedly. Where's that plane? Here it comes. Well, I don't see a plane. Or it got cut out. Interesting. Another bang. Flashbang. Wait a minute. Is that Germa? It's crazy that, like, this has been, 25 years. And 25 years ago, we literally, like, one of the highest security, like, government facilities had a fucking Microsoft PowerPoint slideshow for a security camera, This video essay is 12 minutes long.
Hey folks, as many of you may know, I am currently knee-deep in my PhD. What you may not know is what I work on. My research is on the September 11th attacks, specifically about their legacy. I study how events are remembered and how that congeals into a shared history. Now, when I mention this to people at dinner parties, because I love to keep things light and fluffy, I get two major responses.
This is so funny. When I mention this at dinner parties, like, imagine you go out to a dinner party and you're just like sitting there and they're like, Jacob, how's the new work? How's the new job? Oh, I heard you guys got a Labradoodle. How's that going? Guys, I think 9/11 was an inside job. Catherine, don't shut up. Let me talk about it. Just give me 5 minutes.
People who want to tell me their own flashbulb memories of the day of the attack. I'm okay with this. I nod along and try to forget all the literature that shows that flashbulb memories are almost universally wrong, but hey, it's a party and we're all having fun talking about 9/11. The second major reaction I get...
Okay. All right, so listen. So these mashed potatoes are the Pentagon, right?
is people asking me that question. Was 9/11 an inside job? Given that we're coming up to the 15th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks and the 1-year anniversary of my first Step Back video about conspiracy theories, I think that it's time to answer question number 2 for everyone. So, all aboard our hologram plane missile full of lizard aliens, let's do this.
Have you seen the short video of the blacksmith?
For anyone who doesn't remember, the attacks I'm talking about were in September of 2001. Hijackers from the Islamic radical terrorist group Al-Qaeda coordinated 4 simultaneous terrorist attacks, crashing commercial airplanes into the Pentagon and each of the twin towers of the World Trade Center.
It's kind of crazy that they actually decided to build like a government facility in like the coolest shape ever and then won't let anybody just like go play hide and seek inside of it. You know what I mean? You're smarter than people make you out to say. That's true, people. Everybody's saying that I'm the smartest, alright? All the streamers are saying that I'm the smartest streamer, alright? Everyone knows this.
The World Trade Center. The passengers and the crew of the 4th plane managed to...
Mr. Beast should do a video where it's 100 people playing hide and seek inside the Pentagon, but the Secret Service is also in there too. Which means that nobody would get caught by the Secret Service, let's be honest.
Subdue the hijackers and crashed into a rural field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, instead of the intended target, which some think was either the White House or the Capitol building. Someone get on that alternate history novel. This tragedy was a live media disaster. People were glued to their televisions. Over the next few months, the US government led a UN invasion of Afghanistan. Just a year after that, the US was considering an invasion of Iraq for Reasons. This was the beginning of what we now call the global war on terror, and no matter what your political leaning, it is hard to deny the impact of the 9/11 attacks and subsequent war on terror have had on our modern world. They are a little quieter today, but at the time, there were plenty of media and protesters out there who argued that what we saw
about a couple weeks ago, for some reason, went down like a 9/11 rabbit hole, and it wasn't like conspiracy stuff. I was just watching videos of like you know, home movies and stuff, and like the video of like George Bush being like, we're gonna get him, and that video when George Bush like has his arm around somebody and he's with, like, I don't think I've ever seen so many people probably have a boner than like some sort of like anime expo. Literally, you like there's so many freedom boners in that video. Like, it's, yeah, now watch this drive. That's a crazy
saw on September
video.
11th was not at all what it appeared to be. From the day of the attacks, media ambiguities, dodgy reports, and the sheer gravity of the event led many to formulate all sorts of conspiracy theories against whatever group they wanted.
Gravity's not
So to
real.
begin digging in, let's look at all the theories that conspiracy theorists have made over the years. They range from highly technical questions about structural engineering to literal accusation of
JFK's
lizard
head
aliens
just did
orchestrating
that.
the attacks from their moon base. Some conspiracy theorists say that the United States government intentionally looked the other way and let the attacks happen. Claims to this extent mention that the 9/11 plans had been on the CIA's list of potential plots, but that the Bush administration had ignored it. The Air
I'm sorry,
Force
I
had
have
also
to pause to show you one of the hardest videos of all time.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. All right, you need another.
Biden would literally die if he tried to do that.
also been conveniently doing air drills that day, meaning the military was hobbled and was too slow to intercept.
Do you think Kamala golfs? Because we're going to be in a whole different situation if Fox News can't complain about the president taking a day off to golf. Like, what are they gonna, they're gonna be like, oh my God, Kamala took a day off to have her period. God. How dare she? That's so true. Like, in like 20 years, it's gonna be like, man, like, the president won't come out because they're playing Call of Duty. We can't get the president to come to the thing that presidents do. She definitely does bowling. I'm on record saying that Fortnite for streamers is like golfing for politicians. Like, when streamers want to collab, it's Among Us and Fortnite. You know what I mean? Like, I think that it's the same thing.
A hijacked airplane. Others point to
Valorant.
insider...
No, it's Valorant. Valorant for streamers is golf for politicians.
Trading that happened before the attack as, quote,
Martha
evidence
Stewart?
that this was premeditated. For example, there were a number of odd stock decisions made just before the attacks. American Airlines had spent the last few days receiving a large amount of put options on their stock. This is when the stock traders bet on a stock going down. It seems suspicious if you don't mention that the company a few days earlier reported losses and no other airline seemed to receive these options. Larry Silverstein, the owner of the World Trade Center, had just renewed his insurance contract on the towers a few months earlier. After the 1993 bombing of these same towers, he included protection against terrorism as part of the contract. Also looks suspicious. There were even claims of secret gold being moved out of World Trade Center 7 just days before. Going even bigger, some claim that the attacks were in themselves a staged event. Some making the argument that the towers themselves were demolished in a controlled explosion rather than a plane crash. This theory is supported by either misinterpreting Larry Silverstein's choice to let Building 7 collapse rather than risk any more firefighters dying to save it, or by noting a bunch of weird structural details that many experts have since refuted. I will give a link to a nice nerdy description down in the comments, but I will point out one major thing. Thermite doesn't explode. It can't really be used for demolishing buildings. It's designed for disabling vehicles. But to address all of these claims in this video would be a logistical nightmare, as many are highly technical. A lot of books have been written addressing these claims, including a really good one published by Popular Mechanics. I suggest you start there. Again, I'll put this all in the info down below. Some theorists, such as the conspiracy media darling Alex Jones, speculated that Flight 93 was suspicious.
Not Alex Jones.
This is the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. Jones
That
claims it
same
looked
plane?
like a cover-up
It looks
because the
fine.
debris field was too big. But this was soundly denied by an airline accident expert who worked on a similar crash back in 1996. Sometimes, a small logistical error can explode into a new conspiracy claim, such as accusations that Flight 93 safely landed in Ohio. These types of claims come from some sort of organizational error on the day, which is to be expected, of course, because it was chaotic. Pointing out that logistical errors are not unusual typically results in a nuh-uh response, and so
We've
you're
had a
left
lot
with
of
an empty
Ohio
debate.
mentions
In any
tonight.
such situation, I pick the
Coincidence?
side that has the least assumptions. Occam's razor, yo. Going abroad, some theorists accuse that other governments knew about the plot, but withheld information to the US, allowing it to occur. Some argue that Pakistan's intelligence service, or Israel's Mossad, knew about the attacks, or that Saudi Arabia funded them. The former head of Pakistani intelligence is actually a believer in the conspiracy
Ohio and
theories,
Maine.
as is the former president of Italy, Francesco Cossiga. Let's break these theories about foreign governments down. Did Pakistani intelligence know ahead of time? Maybe. However, at any given time, in any given intelligence agency, there are so many potential plots, all with differing levels of credibility. Like with the CIA's missing warnings about the attacks, it could have easily been overlooked by the Pakistanis as well. I imagine Mossad might be a similar story. As far as Saudi Arabia goes, it has such a giant royal family and so much money flowing in and out of its government that some of that money could definitely have wound up in Al-Qaeda's coffers. Whether this was part of official Saudi government policy is quite a heavy charge without anything but circumstantial evidence.
I'm bored. She's going into like the politics of the where does this go? I'm skipping through and it just gets weird. Get to the fucking point now. It's not inflammatory enough. I think it's just a little bit too convoluted. This is a great YouTube channel. I recommend you subscribe. Step Back is awesome. I'll look at their other videos. If I was an editor, I would have to piece it all together. If I have no idea how to edit, no, that's fine. It's hold on, let me go through this real quick. Did I already watch this one? What is this?
On September 10th, 2001, Donald Rumsfeld gave a speech at the Pentagon basically saying how the Pentagon had $2.3 trillion in money on spending that was completely unaccountable. The very next day, on September 11th, one of the planes flew into the exact same spot at the Pentagon that Donald Rumsfeld was giving that speech at the day before. When you look at the money spent total on the Iraq and Afghanistan war, $2.4 trillion.
Wow. Who did 9/11 to follow the money? Yeah. Let me see. Just follow the money. This is funny because this is in the middle of the oh no, this is the King Charles one. I thought there was a King Charles video in the middle of the 9/11 section. I was like, what the fuck? I think you're smarter than this cringe content. Homie was fangirling so hard, but then decided to flip the script. He was fangirling, but then decided to turn against me, so. He a fan. And then not a fan anymore. I won. Guys, she responded. I won was to Caitlin, I think. No, he said something, and then I said something back immediately, and then he wrote that. I noticed it. I want to watch this.
This just in, you are looking at obviously a very disturbing live shot there. That is the World Trade Center, and we have
This is like a
unconfirmed
short summarization.
reports this morning that a plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
As we're sure you already know, some interesting theories exist around what happened on September 11th, 2001. So here are the 5 most common conspiracy theories debunked, hopefully forever.
It's kind
Number
of
1,
wild, like how much footage there actually is, though. You know what I mean? Is this TOS 9/11? If it was TOS, Hassan would be toast. Yeah.
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
It's a freaking noodle.
This was the one. You were gonna send that though, yeah.
Your argument is invalid. Get over it. Find a job.
This is the most common conspiracy theory. So much so that it's essentially become a meme these days. And like a lot of memes, it's nonsense. No, jet fuel cannot melt steel beams. Jet fuel burns up to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, while steel melts at around 2500 degrees. However, steel does begin to lose strength at around 600 degrees Fahrenheit, and with the weight above the impact point on the North Tower similar to that of the Titanic, the weakened steel simply could not hold, and the tower collapsed. Number 2. Controlled explosions. When the towers collapsed, many commented that the destruction looked similar to that of a controlled demolition. This added fuel to many conspiracy theories. However,
Yeah, how come
modelling
Obama
has proven
didn't
this
help?
inaccurate.
You know what?
Research
Yeah.
by Purdue University and Dr.
I didn't see Obama around. What the fuck happened? Obama.
Dr. Frank Greening showed that with the way the fuel spread on impact, and with the weight transfer from the building above the impact site, the building would indeed fall almost entirely vertically. Number 3. The World Trade Center 7 collapse was an inside job. Alongside the North and South Tower, WTC-7 was also destroyed on 9/11. It took around 7 hours for the building to collapse. However, the National Institute of Standards and Technology has supported the theory that WTC-7 was more damaged by falling debris than previously estimated. WTC-7 may have withstood the debris or the fire, but both factors, combined with the unusual design, brought down the building. Number 4. The Pentagon was hit by a missile. Despite dozens of witnesses who watched a plane fly into the side of the Pentagon, many conspiracy theorists believe it was instead a missile that caused the damage. When the plane hit the Pentagon's exterior wall, it created a hole approximately 75 feet wide. So why wasn't the hole 125 feet wide, the same as the plane's wingspan? The answer is actually pretty simple. One wing hit the ground on approach, and the second was sheared off by the force of the impact, leaving just the fuselage to cause damage. Number 5. Flight United 93.
It's like people are expecting it to hit the side of the Pentagon like a cartoon character and like shave out like a plane-shaped hole like it's fucking Wile E. Coyote. You know what I mean? They're like, I don't know, man. The hole that it left wasn't shaped like a plane, so I don't know. It's nobody painted a tunnel on the side of the Pentagon, so why would the plane fly into the Pentagon? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand.
Was shot down.
I'm on a plane that's been hijacked. I'm on the plane. I'm calling from the plane. I want to tell you I love you.
Can you say you're slang queen? It's your hot girl Brett Summer and your practice Trump impression.
I'm so sorry, babe. I don't know what to say. I hope to be able to see your face again, baby. I love you.
The fourth and final plane to be...
like 9/11 sad. That's okay. We know this. It's obviously very heart-wrenching. The thing that makes me feel like a bad human is when I listen to the voicemails and shit. Like that's yeah.
Be hijacked was believed to be targeting Washington, D.C. Instead, it crashed into a field in Pennsylvania. After the plane was hijacked, the crew and passengers staged a revolt, either forcing the plane into the ground themselves or forcing the hijackers to do so. But some believe the flight was instead shot down by the US military. This conspiracy theory is actually born out of some truth. The order was apparently given by Vice President Dick Cheney for the plane to be shot down. However, the scrambled jets never made it in time. And we know the plane wasn't shot down because the scrambled jets weren't armed, and instead, actually planned to ram the plane, but before they got the chance to do so, the passengers took matters into their own hands. I think an act of heroism just took place on that plane,
Wow.
Shaney said. There are many, many more 9/11 conspiracy theories out there, all of which are completely ridiculous.
There's a
and
movie.
easily
There's probably multiple, but there's a movie about Flight 97. Where I don't know what's it called. It's probably called like 97 or something like that. Or Flight 93. The one that landed in the one that they took over. 93. I remember watching it. Yeah. The fact they sent pilots to ram it and they were like, "Yep, you got it," is fucking wild. That is wild. If only Mark Wahlberg was on one of those planes. Do you think he could have saved them, or do you just not like Mark Wahlberg? Sal, thank you for the 20. I appreciate that. Have you seen the Robert Pattinson movie that ends with 9/11? That's a crazy spoiler to drop. I have seen it. But that is the punchline of the movie. It's brutal. And when I watched it, I didn't know. Which is kind of like, I think a lot of people that watched it probably already knew, but I had no idea about that. And then the ending happens and I'm like, Twilight ends with them hitting the towers. Yeah. Yep. Marky Mark literally said he could have stopped 9/11 if he was on the flight. Oh no. Mark Wahlberg says he could stop 9/11. I can see him apologizing for it. There is an hour-long video essay called "Why Mark Wahlberg Couldn't Stop 9/11: The Story of Flight 11," and it's an hour long. And it's got 9,000 views, and I like really want to watch it. That's a hysterical title. That's gotta be good. There's no way it's not. Okay, here's his apology, I guess.
Actor Mark Wahlberg found himself in hot water this week after suggesting in an interview with Men's Journal that he would have forcibly overtaken 9/11 hijackers had he been a passenger on a 9/11 flight. Wahlberg, who was in fact scheduled to be on American Airlines Flight 11 the morning of September 11th, said, "If I was on that plane with my kids, it wouldn't have went down like it did. There would have been a lot of blood in that first class cabin, and then me saying, okay, we're going to land somewhere safely. Don't worry."
Mark Wahlberg really said, "I'm gonna stop 9/11 and land the plane."
The reaction from journalists and victims was swift, many pointing out the insensitivity of Wahlberg's comments. He apologized in a statement on Wednesday saying, "To speculate about such a situation is ridiculous." Wahlberg's violent, heroic fantasy might not have been too off the Marky Mark.
He wrote fanfic about himself? Is it long?
Though. The former troubled teen resident of Dorchester, Massachusetts once blinded a Vietnamese man in one eye after beating him with a stick and spent 45 days in jail.
Wow.
At 9:27 a.m. on the 24th of March, 2015.
No, that's not 9/11. What did I just... Somebody just said something that I was like gonna look up. And I forgot it already. Oh, he wrote fanfic. Not the hate crime lore drop at the end. Wait, I missed it.
The former troubled teen resident of Dorchester, Massachusetts once blinded a Vietnamese man in one eye after beating him with a stick and spent 45 days in jail.
Huh? Yeah, what? They just kind of like threw that on the end there. A little by the way. What in the world? I'm saying that I'm saying what he said was him writing fanfic about himself. Oh, I was going to say, Caitlin, give it to me, Rachel. I need to read it. Mark Wahlberg is bad. Exposing Mark Wahlberg's racist past. I need to put this video on my watch later list.
If you guys don't know who Mark Wahlberg is, he is an American actor, producer, businessman, and former rapper. You may have heard the name Marky Mark before, which is his stage name. So Mr. Marky Mark found himself in some trouble when the Black Lives Matter movement started because he made some posts about the
No, okay, I'll watch it later. I got it. We can't go from 9/11 to Mark Wahlberg being a racist. It just, like, it's too hard of a pivot, even though it makes sense. Okay, back to what we were talking about. I've got so many tabs open. Okay, 9/11. I start my ADHD meds tomorrow. We'll be fine. 9/11. Okay. Do we think it's canon? Do we think we're a little bit sat, but not convinced? It's a no from me, dog. And do not let them cook. What is our thought? So, like, come on, just let me take you on a date. One date. Just one. Don't be and I don't know what this is, but I can only assume they meant cannoli, which I'm pretty sure is like some sort of pastry. I don't know what that means. And then they said you win. Morty, I'm a cannoli, Morty. Morty, help! Help! They turn me into a pastry, Morty! Help me! I think, listen. Is this 9/11? I'm sad, but I'm not convinced. Okay, I'll sit and I will listen to 9/11 conspiracy theories all fucking day long. But I'm not gonna quite buy them, but I am sat. I'm sat to listen.
This is the world's highest basketball shot. Infinity and infinity and you already know. Undefeated. Oh, yes, there's no stopping us. Undefeated. No competition. Undefeated. Can't hold us down. Oh my God! Yeah, I can't believe you made that. World record, baby!
That's crazy. That is crazy. Who sent you this? You can see it in the chat. They can look at the. That's crazy. I don't know, dude. Kind of dark. We're doing a tier list on conspiracy theories. I think that we're there. I think we've hit rock bottom. We've reached the level. The bar is here. 4 down, 18 to go. Yeah, we're gonna be here all night. Do you think we can do the rest of them in an hour? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, the next one. I actually haven't heard this one. This one is that the Denver airport is home to the Illuminati. And I'm just going to read verbatim what's written here because I haven't heard this one, so I can't paraphrase. The Denver International Airport is a quirky place known for its offbeat art. Gargoyles overlook the baggage claims. Murals depict scenes of war and horror, and there's a 32-foot blue horse with red eyes presiding over the road leading in and out of the terminal. Ugh. All of this weirdness combined with the municipal drama surrounding the airport's construction, the project went almost $3 billion over budget, sparked an array of conspiracy theories. The most common, according to the Denver Public Library, is that the airport is secretly the headquarters of the New World Order, the Illuminati, the Reptilians, or some other shadowy group with plans to take over the world. To bolster these beliefs, theorists spin alternative explanations of the airport's odd decor. For example, an inlay in the floor with the symbols for gold, AU, and silver, AG, referencing Colorado's mining history, become a secret message about a made-up pathogen known as the Australian antigen. A mural decrying war and wishing for world peace becomes a warning about a totalitarian future. All of this is built, according to the theorists, on top of a 6-story deep bunker where the elites will hunker down to ride out the end of the world. Or maybe it's a prison for dissenters. Of course, there's no evidence of anything beneath the airport besides maintenance tunnels, a baggage transport system, and harried travelers moving between terminals on an underground train. But that doesn't stop those who want to believe in something more nefarious beneath this airline hub. I will say that having some sort of like doomsday bunker underneath an airport actually makes the most sense, because if you are really rich and you need to get to a doomsday bunker, flying straight into an airport and not having to like get anywhere by car from the airport, you just fly straight in and then you go down, kind of makes sense. You're gonna have like probably some of the best resources available, you know? Okay.
On the topic of the airport, and since construction started back in 1989, it has been at the center of some sinister, some comical conspiracy theories.
Yeah, people have talked about it being built for a secret organization, the headquarters for our alien overlords, lizard people. All of this has become so popular that some Canadian podcasters actually turned the conspiracies into a podcast.
And it's been very popular. They spoke with Denver 7's Andrew J. Meredith.
Did you just use 2,000 channel points for It Is? Okay, Richie.
About their project, embracing the mysteries of DIA and what the future holds for their series.
I love conspiracy theories, so I'm always watching YouTube videos about UFOs and Roswell.
Canadian producers Brady Roberts and Mike Howard love the things that can't be explained. While on the search for more of these phenomenons, they discovered the theories of the Denver International Airport.
We loved it. We thought it would make a great location for a show, and it hadn't been touched before.
When you come to DIA, you're going to notice some interesting stuff. From the menacing look the horse gives you when you drive in, to that gargoyle looking over you as you're in baggage claim. However, any Denver native will tell you all of the interesting stuff happens underground.
The story centers around Noah and Sarah, who wake up in subterranean cells, presumably beneath the Denver International Airport. They have no idea how they got there or why they're there.
But look at all these richies. What are you going to do with all that money? You're going to buy a spot in the underground Denver bunker? Look at these people. Damn. Eat the rich. Yum, 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 yum.
They're desperate to escape, and their only hope comes in the form of voice messages they get to send to a stranger on the surface.
I think it's as fun as it is with all the monsters and the conspiracy stuff. I just think the relationships that we built with the two main characters, I think is fantastic.
The real DIA tunnels are connected to countless theories, from lizard people preparing for a world takeover to a secret passage to NORAD.
So I think it was in 2008, don't quote me on that, Barack Obama flew here, and it was at the same time that a meteor was passing over the Earth, and people were like, oh, he's going to Denver to hide, to, you know. Obviously, that was not the case.
The tunnels stretch underground for miles, and DIA officials will tell you there is nothing extraordinary going on down there.
You know, we're standing in the tunnels right now, and if you look around, there's nothing to hide. I don't see any aliens or anything like that. There's just a lot of luggage tugs, a lot of airline workers going back and forth, and maintenance crews, so that's all there is down here.
Even though airport officials say there's no aliens or New World Order, they love to feed into the theories and just have.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yup, let's go.
I think that she sounds suspicious.
Some fun.
We figured
and she
if
has
you can't
really nice teeth. Do you know how expensive dental work is? That sounds like somebody who got paid a lot of money to say that they can afford dental.
eat them, join them, and really, we've just used it as a way to just differentiate ourselves from other airports and to connect with our passengers better.
Mike and Brady tell me they have no plans to slow the podcast down as they prepare for new seasons and a possible TV show.
And so we've always known exactly where we're ending. And as ridiculous as it is, we know that each season we get to click the dial a little bit further. And we're very excited about some of we're clicking it twice for season.
The videos is over. They just hyped themselves up. Okay. Interesting.
I'm at the Denver International Airport where there's tons of conspiracy theories surrounding this place. Let's just get down to the bottom of this.
Help. I am trapped under the Denver International Airport.
It went over.
It's really scary down here, but the lizard people are honestly kind of chill.
Why was it like Bart, but then also like Burger King foot lettuce?
$2 billion while building this airport. Is that true?
No, I don't know that.
Okay.
I know it was way over $2 billion.
So it went over budget.
It went way over budget.
The following are facts. Construction of the airport fell 16 months behind schedule and went $2 billion over budget with a final cost of $4.8 billion.
Still more on time than Doors of Stone.
Here are some of the theories. In the Denver airport, there is supposedly an underground facility meant to act as an emergency bunker for the global elite, made up of billionaires, world leaders, politicians, and celebrities. Another theory suggests that there is a vast underground network of New World Order command bunkers.
What the fuck do you spend $2 billion on? Like, if you asked me how much I thought it cost to build an airport, I'd be like, I don't know, maybe like $1 million, maybe like $15 million. I don't even know what, like, I don't know about you, like, maybe I'm just like really, really like poor, but like $1 billion is like, if you handed me $1 billion and said spend this on whatever you want, I would probably end up with millions and millions of dollars that I don't know what I would buy. Like, what the heck? $1 million won't even get you a plane ticket. What about all right. Airports are probably like 300 million at least. The gap between $1 million and $1 billion is actually insane. Yeah. Billion sounds right, but going 3 times over budget is nuts. Do you think that something happened and they had to start over? You know, like maybe they had to run it back. Maybe they just had an astronomical fuck up.
And another theory suggests that there is a FEMA concentration camp for future use.
There's a lot of conspiracy theories about the airport here when they were first building it, especially in the bottom part, the lower part of it, the airport here, where the baggage comes in.
Yeah. An airport construction worker claimed that the scheduled delay had been because 5 multi-storied buildings had been built beneath the airport. The same construction worker, along with others, reportedly said that there was a complex network of tunnels beneath the airport. It was later determined that these underground tunnels may actually now be home to the airport's rail system. When you enter the Denver airport, there's a horse statue officially titled Mustang, but nicknamed Lucifer, and is thought to be cursed. One conspiracy about the horse statue is that it represents the 4th horseman of the apocalypse, which represents death, spoken about in the biblical book of Revelations.
Its eyes glow red, a weird fiery red in the middle of the night.
The horse statue actually fell on its sculptor, killing him by severing one of his arteries.
Oh, that's crazy.
We made it to the Denver International Airport.
What a decision that, like, the person who made it, like, fell over and killed him. And then, like, there was a decision made at that point where they were like, do we, like, put it back up? Like, do we put... His son finished it? Oh, okay. Wow.
Or dedication stone. If you look closely, you can see that they have the Freemason logo
clear and proud.
The Freemasons are a secret fraternal society that's allegedly the largest in the world. This secret society has existed at least since the 18th century, but possibly as far back as the Middle Ages. The Freemasons have had many powerful members throughout history, which has made people suspicious about the organization's intentions.
The date that the airport was dedicated was March 19th, 1994, and that number equals 33, which is the highest level that you can get to in Freemasonry.
This mural is titled In Peace and Harmony with Nature and is supposed to address the destruction of the environment. This mural is titled Children of the World Dream of Peace and is supposed to represent the wish to get rid of violence in society.
Just seeing the couple murals that are here in Denver, there's 4 in this airport, the 2 that are on that side and the 2 that are behind me.
Whenever I see videos or pictures of like other airports, or whenever I go to other airports, I realize how much LAX fucking sucks. Like there's like no art or anything. If there is, I've never noticed it, and I've been through LAX like many times. Like LAX is like all business, no pleasure. It's literally just like it is the I don't know. I think it's like a one night stand of airports. Like you're not there to like, there's no fluff. It's just like get the job done, you know? Domestic is awful for LAX. It's all bad. The worst part about LAX is just getting to LAX. Like once you get in the airport, I personally haven't had any bullshittery happen inside of the airport. It's fine. It's just a really busy airport. But I'll tell you something. If you are on your phone and you're looking up how long it takes to get to LAX, the time it tells you is how long it takes to get up to like the LAX property. It's not how long it takes you to get up to the terminal, because you will spend like twice as long getting through the lineup to drop somebody off than you will getting to the airport. It's horrific. So like whatever it says, double it.
They're pretty much showing kind of like, you know, different ways of how the Illuminati like affects life in every way.
30
The
minutes
Denver
for the
Office
loop.
of
Just
Cultural
plan for
Affairs
that.
has publicly outlined the process of choosing artwork for the airport. A project selection panel made up of community members and artists is appointed to choose the artwork, but it must be approved by several government committees and the mayor before being commissioned.
3 dead women that look like they're all from 3 different nationalities. We have a letter from a child who died in Auschwitz in the Denver airport. So I don't understand the connection between me trying to catch my flight and having to run into this.
Hell yeah.
If you look closely at this image of the dedication stone in the Denver airport, you will see it says New World Airport Commission. The New World Order is thought to be a small group of powerful people secretly working together throughout history towards an all-powerful global government. Even if the murals aren't referencing the New World Order, many people in government had to approve them before they went up.
Is the Illuminati emote? It says Twitch emote. Do they really have a global emote that's the Illuminati symbol? I never thought about it. It's weird. It's a Twitch emote? That's weird. There will be a giant fallout. I foresee it. How do you think that we'll have a fall of humans? What do you think the fall of humans will be? Genuine question. Do you think it'll be like us tanking ourselves, or do you think it will just like kill the environment to the point where everything dies, like in Interstellar? Climate? I think that Interstellar is like what I think it actually will probably be like. Like everything will be unhospitable. I think like we won't be able to have any like crops. Yeah, too much sex. True. All of us here know that is already an increasingly problematic issue. Yeah. You ever see The 100? No. You want to know one of my favorite post-apocalyptic movies? The Road. Hated the book, but I love the movie because it's so dark and also I think actually pretty realistic to like end of the world, like behavior by humans. Like everybody just becomes fucking brutal. And I think it's pretty like realistic to how people will just become, you know what I mean? Yeah, I didn't like the book very much. The book was a little bit like poetry. Like it was just written kind of like poetry, but not really. It was so dull. The movie's dull, but because of the visuals, it's good. But the book can't really give me the visuals in the same way the movie can.
Many believe there's something very off about Denver's airport. The Denver International Airport was originally slated to be finished in 1993, but didn't end up opening until 1995. It was shockingly $2 billion over budget due to design changes and contract disputes. It's also said they switched contractors so many times, no one has an accurate layout of the place. So why did the airport end up costing so much more? Well, let's talk about its strange
Why does it kind of look like a penis?
Design. It's huge, and there are as many as 6 mysterious underground levels beneath the airport. Many first-hand witnesses have said they have seen the complex network of underground tunnels down there, but why are they there? No one knows, as many of the areas are restricted, even to employees. Something even weirder? In addition to the bizarre, creepy artwork that's hanging around the airport like this, and this strange statue, it's the dedication capstone that's hardest to ignore. Many contributors are named, but it's this one that gives people the creeps. The New World Airport Commission. Never heard of them? You're not alone. No one has. And if you even research the commission, you'll find that no such commission exists. Or does it? If you have time to pass in between flights, I suggest walking around and checking out some of the airport's strange artwork. I've been to many airports, and this
The
one
artwork is a little weird.
A little creepy. What is this? Weird. Rumors have swirled for years about what's really going on here. What are your thoughts?
Pretty much a giant art gallery. Yeah, I mean, you take all of that art and you put it like in an art museum, and people would be like, "Oh, it's so interesting." But because it's in an airport, isn't it weird that like airports are like art museums kind of? Like with LAX being the outlier, like every airport that I've gone to has been kind of like a museum. You know what I mean? They're just going for a vibe. Yeah, they're just going for a vibe. Okay. The Denver airport. Hold on, we have a little bit more.
Of all the conspiracy theories, what's your favorite?
The Denver airport is a good one.
Talk to me, educate me on the Denver airport conspiracy.
There's just such a number of world powers and world leaders, I think, that have bought property in or around that specific airport. I'm talking like,
because there is nothing around there.
I'm talking about like doomsday bunker shit. Like the Queen of England, the prime ministers, the different presidents, and then, well, you have all that stuff that's on the surface, but that's real. People like, you could know that. You could look at like the records. That's actually happened. But there's murals and paintings on the walls of the airport as you're walking through that depict like semi-demonic type things, that like satanic worship type stuff. Oh yeah, there's that weird horse in the front too that people don't like. Yeah, that's one of them. Knife on the pigeon, which the pigeon is peace or something, like, not sure, but that's a fucking terrifying little photo.
I like that. I would buy some stock in that.
That's funny. That's a dove. Yeah, the pigeon. The pigeon, which is universally known as the symbol of peace. But what is he gonna buy stock in? The painting or the airport? Like what is he talking about? This one, I think this one's got to be canon. It's just makes too much sense. Just makes too much sense to me. Is this the picture of it from above? Oh, wow. That is a very interesting shape for the airport to be in. In fact, it's so uncanny that I don't even want to switch over. I'm just going to make you guys click on the link. It's just straight up a swastika, like kind of not even really like discreetly. That is unfortunate. If that's like, imagine being the person that like designed the airport and then you're like, yeah, man, I'm so excited. I graduated college and I get to design airports. And then they're like, yeah, so we did an overhead. It looks a little bit weird from the top here. Like, how did nobody see that? You know what I mean? Like, how did nobody see that on the blueprints and go, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Okay. We've got another Illuminati one, guys. And this one, people, for some reason, really love to come to Beyonce and Jay-Z for running the Illuminati. Because they can't possibly perceive, that is the thing, yeah. They love to come to Beyonce and Jay-Z. They do. Well, I mean, I don't know. Also, this is totally off topic. Yeah, it's just racism. I think it's just, oh, what? Like, I don't really fuck with Jay-Z, but it's like a beautiful black woman on top? What? No. She sold her soul to the devil, surely. How? No. This is kind of tangential, but not really. Did you guys see Kamala's campaign video that used freedom? Is she black? Beyonce? Yes. Kamala. Do you guys think this is hype, kinda?
In this election, we each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? There are some people who think we should be a country of chaos, of fear, of hate. But us, we choose something different.
I think she emphasized cunt and country. I think she did. I think she was trying to brat it up.
We choose freedom.
I think if Kamala, is it Kamala? I was saying Kamala, but now I think I'm wrong. If she made a poster that said putting the cunt back into country, I think that she would get the Gen Zs to rush to the polls. I'm just saying. Like, I think more,
The freedom not just to get by, but get ahead. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to make decisions about your own body. We choose a future where no child lives in poverty, where we can all afford health care, where no one is above the law. We believe in the promise of America, and
like,
we're
you can't
ready
really
to
go
fight
wrong.
for it. Because when we fight, we win. So join us. Go to KamalaHarris.com and let's get to work.
I'ma keep on running cause the winner don't quit on themselves.
I think it's a great video. I mean, regardless of politic, like, just from the song is great. It's a great song. I love that song. L editor, L video. That's fine. I did ask for your opinions, so. I need to bite my tongue on politics on Twitch, but it was a well-made video. I'll say it's a good video. I'll give him that. Editor with an ER. Yeah, exactly. Let's see this. What is this? Selection just got a lot more interesting. It's inspiring young voters to register. What is this? Can you TLDR this to me? Oh. Okay. So this one has TikToks, which is awesome because TikToks are short and I love it. Okay, first of all, the answer is yes. This is so funny. I'm not going to call you out, but I'm going to call you out just because your first two messages were weird. It's so funny to say, can I ask what the mark on your face is without being insensitive? Like you asked, like you did ask. Like you can't say, can I ask what the mark on your face is without being insensitive? Like that's just you're asking.
There's now more confirmation that Beyonce and Jay-Z's family take part
Also,
in
I'm ad
satanic
blocked. How do you know that I just showed that then if you're ad blocked?
rituals. Ex-warlock turned pastor gave his testimony about going from being a drug dealer who practiced witchcraft to finding Jesus. And while being trained up by a warlock in New Orleans, Beyonce's sister Solange Knowles walks in and listen to what he says happened.
I went to a warlock out there in New Orleans and Solange Knowles walks in, Beyonce's sister. It's called the Botanica, a little witchcraft store. I'm like, it's a dream, and is this Solange Knowles? He's like, yeah, she comes here regularly. We do rituals for her and her family. And I'm just like, what?
In one of Beyonce's videos, she talks about thinking she's...
It's like, it's so cliche, but one of my favorite Beyonce videos is when somebody, I think it was Oprah, is like, you are Beyonce. And she goes, thank you. Like, I aspire to like be that self-aware to, you know what I mean?
Saw the devil levitating and plugging her period with pages from the Bible. Says she drank the blood in the wine, crossed herself, and thought she saw the devil. Now listen to this part about what she says she does with the Bible.
I crossed myself and thought I saw the devil. I grew thick and skin on my feet. I bathed in bleach and plugged my menses with pages from the Holy Book.
Did you know that rapper MC Hammer back in 2010 said that Jay-Z was controlled by the devil? In MC Hammer's video for his song Better Run, he depicted Jay-Z running from the devil and claimed the rapper made a pact with Satan. Claimed that the rapper sold
It's so funny because it's like music is like art and people act like it's like if they put a devil or depictions of the devil in their music, that means that it's like canon. You know what I mean? Like, what do you, like, I don't know. Can we not...
his soul for his girl and the world. In the music video, he also has the devil throwing up Jay-Z's sign, the
Apex,
pyramid.
you don't know that.
You can see the founder of the Church of Satan, Anton LaVey, throwing up here, and seen here on the hat of a cultist and a man who called himself the B666, Aleister Crowley. Jay-Z even wore a shirt with a quote from Aleister Crowley, "Do what thou wilt." Rapper MC Hammer also points out how in Jay-Z's song Empire State of Mind, Jay-Z told everyone Jesus can't save you, life starts when the church ends. When in reality, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and he can save you and pull you out of darkness just like he did ex-warlock Richard Lorenzo. Everyone should go listen to his testimony. It's very powerful and shows how God can take someone who's in the darkest places in their life and completely deliver and transform them, and how indeed there is a spiritual war happening between the light and the darkness.
Wow. That's so powerful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, here's a video of Beyonce allegedly possessed. Exciting. Have they not seen the JoJo Siwa dance also? She always does, but I don't know if this is like an old video or something, but she, like, Holy shit, does Beyonce's daughter look like Beyonce? Blue Ivy. I don't know why, like, right here, I was like, that literally just looks like Blue Ivy. I was like, yeah, have they not seen the JoJo Siwa dance where she does literally the same thing? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's the possession dance, you know? Like when you make a deal with the devil, then you do the JoJo Siwa karma dance. I don't know. The Rockefeller family. John D. Rockefeller. This was part of their Masonic creed. Read carefully. Don't believe it, so I reread it and had to research it for myself. And yes, it's real. Now let's make the connections. This is too much. It's telling me to read for myself, and I'm not gonna do that. They then created Rock Nation. Sound familiar? Sounds just like the last name of the original Rockefellers. Masonic hand gestures? Oh boy. If I was a celebrity, I would do so much fucked up shit to like try to like make people make conspiracy theories about me. You know what I mean? Like I would find like a hand gesture like this and I would do it all the time just to like, you know what I mean? Or I would have moments like maybe I would be like out in public and I'd be like, and I'd like be like, I'd pretend I'd be like possessed and stuff. Yeah, phase up. Conspiracy theorism is just a word association. I think that maybe tapping into the conspiracy theorist to boost your fame is kind of a move. Like they definitely just like took the Freemason stuff and was like, it looks kind of sick. We'll just do that. We'll piss people off. If you want a bunch of right-wing freaks in your comments, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, they definitely are just like fucking with people. And I guarantee that like people, like they probably love it too. They're probably just like, oh, let's take a picture and like throw these in there. Get the people going. Beyonce's concert opening. Whoever controls the media controls the mind. Mind control. Just so stupid. Kind of sick opening. You know what I just realized I want to look for? I don't know if I'm sure this exists and it'll probably just be like a shitty phone video, but I think it was like 2016 Beyonce Seattle. Okay, so on Lemonade, what's the music video where they're like kicking water around? Is that Freedom? Yeah, okay. I saw this. I was here at this concert and it was so crazy. They like put these little barriers up and they flooded the stage and did a performance of Freedom. It was so fucking cool. I was about like here, but also I was in the nosebleeds. Like I could barely see anything. Like I was watching on the big screen, but I was there and I was drunk off my ass on like a couple of limeritas. I cried during Halo. Yeah, that's true. It was such a cool like performance. I wonder if I can do Halo and see, because they did like fireworks and stuff. Not Freedom Halo. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I remember this.
I want y'all to think about who you love very deeply. I want you to imagine their faces. And I want you to sing this song to them. I want to sing it to y'all.
God, this was so good. And it was right after Lemonade came out. Like, it was one of the first concerts. We had booked tickets for the concert before it came out. Yeah, those fireworks go off. You have to imagine I'm up here, but in the back, like, you know, like directly on, but I'm up here as far away as you can get. These fireworks go off. I've had like a couple of Lime-A-Ritas. I've spent a lot of money. They told me that they were margaritas. I saw them pouring Lime-A-Ritas into a glass behind the counter. Like, I know. I'm sobbing. Losing it. Let me go then. Oh yeah, that little guitar solo. Song she did. Yeah, we're getting sidetracked. I can't get sidetracked. We have so many. I don't even know if we're gonna finish this tonight. Okay. You know, this one.
You are Beyonce. And as
thank you. She's so powerful. I think Do Not Let Them Cook. I think they're just goofing. I think that they're just goofing, frankly. I have to do the Denver airport one too. This one? Or did I put the wrong one on here? Oh, okay. Okay, next we have... Okay, this is a big one. Somebody specifically was excited for this one. Let's see how long this video is.
She was the...
I don't know if I'm going to do an 11-minute long video, but this is, yeah, this is a big one. This is the Titanic. Okay. This rumor has everything you could want in a conspiracy theory. A man powerful and wealthy enough to play God, overly complicated methods of assassination, a mass casualty event, the Federal Reserve Bank, a door that's allegedly not big enough. There's a theory out there that J.P. Morgan sank the Titanic in order to pave the way for the establishment of the Federal Reserve Bank in the United States. The bank's creation was reportedly opposed by millionaire John Jacob Astor, mining magnate, I don't know what that says, Benjamin Guggenheim, and Macy's owner, Isidore Straus. These three wealthy men did indeed lose their lives when the Titanic sank. He hired the iceberg. The iceberg was an inside job. But Morgan dodged death and disaster when he canceled his trip in the 11th hour. The powerful financier owned the IMM. Financier? God, rich people have big words. Which in turn owned the White Star Line. As such, he had his own personal suite, promenade deck, and specially designed bath on the ship. Morgan was reportedly supposed to be on the ship, but decided to skip the maiden voyage at the last second. The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette reported that he decided to linger in Europe in order to buy tapestries for his art collection. So what reason would Morgan have to allegedly sink his own ship? Conspiracy theorists say that in the interest of clearing away opposition to the Federal Reserve Bank, Morgan somehow manipulated all of his rivals into sailing on the maiden voyage so that he could sink it. Iceberg was a hologram. The Titanic's hull just did that. So true. Okay. I'm not going to sit here and just read to you guys because that's not very...
In 1912, the Titanic sank to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. But do we actually know why? And furthermore, did it? Okay, let's start with a very quick recap of the story of the Titanic. The Titanic was a passenger ship and...
Okay, hear me out. Do we know that Dr. Disrespect quit YouTube?
Of the Titanic. The Titanic was a passenger ship and one of the most...
The good, like the light version of Dr. Disrespect. Like Dr. Disrespect if he never went back down the disrespectful path.
Luxurious on the seas at the time. It measured 882.5 feet long and 92.5 feet wide. Big and long. The Titanic was officially launched on May 31st, 1911 and underwent sea trials in early April 1912 before leaving on its maiden voyage on April 10th, 1912 from Southampton, England. It made 2 stops in Europe, one in France and one in Ireland, where it picked up passengers before continuing to New York City, where it was intended to end its journey. Some 2,200 people were on board the ship, with approximately 1,300 of them being passengers. The Titanic had been receiving warnings from other ships about icebergs in their vicinity for most of the journey, but the weather conditions that night made it difficult to spot icebergs. Additionally, the ship's crow's nest, which is, you know, the tall thing where people look for things, didn't have any binoculars. At 11:40 p.m. on April 14th, the first sighting of the iceberg was made, just moments before the impact. First Officer William Murdoch ordered the ship to be turned left and have the engines reversed, but it wasn't enough. The iceberg ripped a massive gash down the starboard side of the ship. Sadly, experts now believe that reversing the engines actually slowed the turning of the ship. And what's more, had they just hit the iceberg straight on, the ship would have likely survived. Another fatal flaw in the Titanic was its lack of lifeboats. There were only 20 lifeboats on board, which could save 1,178 people. And if you remember how many people I said were on the ship, that's way less. Not to mention that the lifeboats were being sent off the ship without being at their max capacity, leaving even more people trapped without an escape. The first lifeboat could have fit 65 people, but left with just 27. That's way less. A total of 705 people were rescued by the Royal Mail ship Carpathia from the lifeboats in the aftermath of the sinking. Over 1,500 people died as the Titanic sank into the Atlantic Ocean. Or at least that's what people would have you believe. Perhaps it didn't sink, or if it did, maybe it wasn't an accident. Let's talk about the conspiracies.
Okay.
This theory has floated around the internet for a few years now, but the conspiracy posits that J.P. Morgan sank the Titanic in order to eliminate his millionaire counterparts. So J.P. Morgan owned the Titanic by way of his trust, the International Mercantile Marine Company, which owned the shipping company, the White Star Line. And Morgan was present for the launch of the Titanic in Belfast in 1911. The basis for this theory is that famous millionaires Isidor Straus, Benjamin Guggenheim, and Jacob Astor were all aboard the Titanic when it sank. A few days after the ship sank, the Washington Post ran a story that another millionaire, J. Pierpont Morgan, was supposed to be on the Titanic, but decided to remain abroad a little bit longer. According to this conspiracy, Morgan's motive for having the other millionaires killed was that they supposedly opposed the creation of the Federal Reserve. While we know for certain that Morgan didn't take the trip as intended, the reasoning is not clear-cut. Another version of this conspiracy claims that it was not Morgan, but the Jesuits, because they ran the Federal Reserve. Theories claim that Captain Smith himself was a Jesuit and was willing to do anything in the name of God. These theories claim that Smith was far too good of a captain to sail unknowingly into iceberg territory. In another version of the conspiracy, it was not J.P. Morgan or the Jesuits, but instead the Rothschilds. Just gonna jump in here real quick with a little conspiracy theory cheat code. We saw the Rothschilds pop up in our exploration of the reptile people conspiracy theory. The Rothschilds are a prominent, wealthy Jewish family who are regarded as the most well-known European banking dynasty and held major influence on the economic history of Europe for some 200 years. Basically, if you're digging into conspiracy and their names pop up, well, it's without a doubt anti-Semitic. Anyway, there's no information that even suggests that Astor, Strauss, and Guggenheim opposed the Federal Reserve. In fact, Strauss publicly supported the endeavor, and there's no information on how Astor or Guggenheim even felt about the idea at all. One other factor to discount this conspiracy theory is that Guggenheim didn't even book his passage on the Titanic until April 8th, just days before departure and after Morgan had canceled his plans. Some people think it wasn't J. Pierpont Morgan, the Jesuits, or the Rothschilds, but instead a mummy that sank the Titanic.
A mummy?
The story that follows this mummy is of such misfortune that she's been dubbed the Unlucky Mummy. The story goes that the mummy case was obtained in the 1800s by a group of Englishmen who were visiting Egypt. The actual mummy was said to have never left Egypt, but the case was taken to England, where it continued to cause issues for those who encountered it. The details of what happened to each man after the case was purchased change with each source, but the gist is, one man had an arm amputated after a gun accidentally went off, one man died or disappeared, and two suffered great financial failure afterwards and lived the rest of their lives in poverty. That one might be because of a mummy's curse, but it also might be because they make bad financial decisions like buying mummy cases. As the case continued to cause harm to those around it, it was eventually suggested that it be donated to the British Museum to rid the private citizens who owned it of its curse. There are rumors that the workers who moved and installed the case in the museum also soon met dreadful injuries or even death. The case was supposedly sold to an American archaeologist who would transport it to New York via, you guessed it, the Titanic. Now there are two versions of what happens next. One suggests that the case sank to the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean with the Titanic. Another states that the man convinced the other survivors to save the case and it eventually made its way to New York, only to be sold to someone else who sent it back to Europe via boat. And the case sunk that ship too. But these stories aren't just internet rumors. The story of the mummy's curse made it to highly regarded newspapers like the New York Times. But as fascinating as this theory is, in reality, it's mostly not possible at all. Apparently, the case had been in the British Museum's continual possession from 1889 to 1990, when it was then loaned to Australia, and it is currently on display at the British Museum. Another reason this story isn't possible is because the Titanic never actually sank. One conspiracy posits that a boat truly did sink into the Atlantic Ocean, but it was not the Titanic, but instead its sister ship, the Olympic. So at the turn of the century, the White Star Line shipping company commissioned their Olympic-class ships. This class was to have 3 ships, the Olympic, the Britannic, and the Titanic. The Olympic was the first to be built, followed by the Titanic. It had the same departure and arrival ports as the Titanic, and it had the very same captain, Edward John Smith. Unlike the Titanic, the Olympic made its maiden voyage as well as several other voyages afterwards. However, on September 20th, 1911, the Olympic had a major collision as it embarked on its 5th voyage, which left a huge gash in the hull of the Olympic. The general conspiracy is that the White Star Line was financially burdened by the necessary repairs to get the Olympic back on the seas, which were not covered by insurance. So they decided to commit a little insurance fraud. The idea is that the White Star Line would pass off the Olympic as the newly built Titanic, which allegedly had a better insurance policy. The ship was to be taken out to sea on a voyage, accidentally hit an iceberg, remove all the passengers via lifeboats over to the Californian, and then collect checks as the Titanic, but actually the Olympic, sank to the bottom of the sea. The real Titanic would then live on as the Olympic, ferrying people for years to come. However, and ironically, the RMS Californian had been stopped for the night after encountering icebergs in the water. The Californian had closed its wireless office for the night and therefore did not receive the distress calls. It's estimated that some 200 more people could have been saved from death had the Californian received and responded to the calls. While we know that people are sneaky sometimes, this story has a lot of holes, and I'm not just talking about the ones in the side of the boats. Firstly, while the ships are sisters and had very similar designs, they were not identical. Another big reason why this theory doesn't really hold water is that the insurance policy of the Titanic was only $5 million, while the construction was $7.5 million, meaning the scam would actually lose them money. Additionally, the changes made to pass off the Olympic as the Titanic would have been made by and done in front of hundreds of shipyard workers, which means all those people would have had to keep it a secret. Finally, remaining pieces of both the Titanic and the Olympic bear the correct hull number. The Olympic had a hull number of 400 and the Titanic had a hull number of 401. These numbers would appear on every piece of the ship. The story of the Titanic still fascinates over 110 years later, and in my personal opinion, is interesting enough and doesn't necessarily need any murder, bank fraud, mummy's curse, Jack and Rose, necklace at the bottom of the ocean baloney to jazz it up. But what do you think?
But what do you think? No mention of the door being big enough. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what really matters. OG insurance fraud. Do you think? I don't know. This one's pretty convincing. This one's pretty canon. Yeah, we're gonna have to like half and half this, I think. Jesus, this is a big one. What is this? Are these two? What are you posting? Both of those are good too. How long are they? I can't watch a 30-minute long video. I'm giving them to chat. Oh, okay. I was like, ain't no way. This one, honestly, where's the Titanic? I think this one's canon. I do. I think that this one is canon. It just makes too much sense. And after the whole door debacle, I think it happened. Yeah. Sat but not convinced. No, I think it's canon. I'm in. Dr. Respect convinced me. This is a big one, and I think that all of us are going to agree that this next one is canon. This one is that birds are not real. When is a conspiracy not a conspiracy? When it's an elaborate piece of performance art. Or does that even make more of a conspiracy theory? The birds aren't real conspiracy is a movement developed by Peter McIndoe, 23, who started spreading the idea in 2017. Until the December 2021 interview in the New York Times, McIndoe stayed in character as a true believer, insisting in media interviews and online that birds aren't real, but rather they are surveillance drones made by the US government. Birds Aren't Real has a staff, it has organized real-life protests, it bought real-life billboards, and it emblazoned vans with their claim. The goal is to parody the misinformation that Gen Z finds itself stewing in.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
We all remember where we were when that happened. But what if I told you that something far greater was at play in this very moment? A saga of government corruption so entrenched in our society that to expose it would make Watergate a mere footnote in the pages of history.
For the last few years, my team and I have been investigating the biggest crime ever perpetrated on the American people.
Since the Eisenhower administration, the US government has been committing genocide on the entire bird population and replacing these birds with sophisticated robot replicas, equipped with 5-megapixel cameras and a sophisticated tracking system that can follow your every movement. I know this is horrifying, but please remember, stay calm. It is estimated that by 2001, 90% of the birds that we see in the sky will actually be surveillance robots. We must act now to prevent this from going any further. Join us, and together we can make 1987 the year that we take back our freedom.
Birds aren't real. 9/11 was birds. It's all birds. Everything is birds all the way down. What about the birds that Maya has? I think you already know the answer to it. If only they knew about TikTok back in, they would have loved TikTok. Birdemic was a documentary.
For years, we've looked into the skies and marveled at the beauty of birds. But what if I told you that these birds were not what they seem? Have you ever heard of the birds aren't real conspiracy theory? It's a belief held by some that the birds we see today are not real, but rather government surveillance drones. Believers in this theory claim that the government killed off birds in the 1970s and replaced them with drones. They believe these drones are being used to spy on the public. Conspiracy theorists believe it's all—
I'm getting a fucking, this person is, blowing up my DMs right now. They're just obsessed with me. Oh, they're crazy.
all part of a government plan to control its people. They use these fake birds to monitor our every move and gather data on our lives. While this theory may seem far-fetched, it has gained a following online and in some circles. But what do you think? Are birds real?
I'm reading, their DMs are crazy. they also want to date me because they think I'm a sporty girl, which I think that they must have misunderstood somewhere along the line. I don't.
For years, we've looked into the sky.
Yeah. I don't know. Bro played pickleball one time. Guys, I love pickleball and all other sports. I love it. I love pickleball and all of the other sports that exist too. Love it so much. Does this mean chicken isn't real? Nope. This one I think that we don't really have to look into a whole lot because I think that we all know that birds are definitely not real. Yeah, it's true. I talked about the Olympics and they couldn't get enough. Okay, this is another one that I actually don't think I know of. Not real, robot can't do this. Yeah, well, you know, you don't pick and choose where you factory reset, okay? So he was updating his iOS and just happened to do it on a shower curtain. KLC, thank you for the 14. I appreciate it. And Tig, thank you for the 3. I missed that a little bit ago. Hell yeah. Okay, Katy Perry is really JonBenét Ramsey. This Christmas will mark 20 years since the murder in Boulevard of 6-year-old Benét? Looks like it's got a little on it. Yet the fascination with the still unsolved slaying refuses to dissipate. Case in point, during the past 24 hours, there's been an explosion of interest in the internet theory that JonBenét did not die and she's actually singer Katy Perry.
Could Katy Perry actually be JonBenét Ramsey? That's the bizarre conspiracy theory floating around the internet after this 2014 video resurfaced online. In the 7-minute-long clip, an unseen man named Dave Johnson makes a string of claims linking the pop star with JonBenét, who was murdered in 1996.
JonBenét Ramsey did not die. Nobody died, nobody got hurt. That sacrifice was an in name only. And that sacrifice was to get something, and that something was to become a star.
The problem is there are a lot of holes in this story, namely the fact that Katy is 31 while JonBenét would only be 25 if she were still alive, and there's a record/photos of Katy as a child. Neither Katy Perry nor the Ramsey family have spoken out on the controversial conspiracy theory.
They're like, this grown woman looks kind of like this child, despite the fact that there's a 6-year age gap in how old she would be, and despite the fact that there's video evidence of Katy Perry being a smaller Katy Perry, but she looks the same, so I don't know, man. Is there going to be Britney Spears is actually dead theory? I don't think so, but we've got the Avril Lavigne one, so do not let them cook. Another brief overview.
Internet conspiracy theorists speculate that Katy Perry is actually JonBenét Ramsey.
Guys, they both got 2 eyes, a nose, a mouth with teeth in it, allegedly, eyebrows, and naturally blonde hair, as you can see from both of these photos.
The child beauty queen murdered in 1996. Even though Perry was born in 1984 and Ramsey in 1990, believers of the theory have grown. A YouTube video of the conspiracy was posted back in December 2014 by Dave Johnson, but recently started getting attention. Throughout the video, Johnson...
I'm really thankful that Katy Perry invented feminism last month, by the way. I just want to take a moment to appreciate Katy Perry. Thank you so much for inventing feminism. Appreciate it.
Provides pieces of evidence he believes will back his theory. For one, he states that Perry's parents, pastors Keith Hudson and Mary Perry, look eerily similar to Ramsey's parents, Patsy and JonBenét Ramsey.
If my name is Mary, my ass is not changing my last name to Perry. I will kick and scream. Ain't no way. Mary Perry? Okay.
Johnson also claims that Perry, 31, had been in hiding since the news of the murder case broke in 1996 until she rose to fame for her single, I Kissed a Girl, in 2008. The video has more than 180,000 views, with a follow-up garnering more than 12,000 hits. The theory comes on the heels of the internet buzzing over whether or not presidential candidate Ted Cruz is in fact the Zodiac killer.
Wow. I don't know, man. Why do gay people sound like that? 1.8 million views. ASAP Science. Okay. So why, whoever cropped this person's face for this thumbnail, they just left a whole chunk out of his head right here. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know if we need to really hear a whole lot more about that. I think they just took two people that looked similar and assumed that they had to be the same person. You know what I mean? I think it's I think that we should not let them cook. He has a head dent. Okay. Do not cook. All right. The year is 2020. Nope, the year is 2016. I'm pretty sure. When was everybody playing Pokemon Go? I'm pretty sure I was playing it in 2016. Right? It was 2016, roughly 2017. The year right now is 2016. Yeah. Okay. The innovative company behind Pokemon Go was founded by John Hanke. Hank? He is a man who has links with both the CIA and the State Department. Hank, is it Hank like Hank Hill or Hanky Panky? I'm sure nobody knows, because why would you know? That's Mr. Hanky. Is that Hanky Panky? I don't know. We're going to say Hanky because it sounds funny. Was previously recorded to have worked for the U.S. State Department in Myanmar. In 2001, he founded Keyhole Incorporated, a firm which specializes in geospatial data visualization applications. In 2004, Google acquired this company and many applications Keyhole developed. This acquisition led to the development of Google Earth and Google Maps. I love that my Chatterino like tells me that we've made it into the next day. Like it'll go like, okay, bitch, we've gone into the next day here. All right, what are you doing? Let me scroll. For every new user of the game, before installing the Pokemon Go app, they granted the app permission to have access to their camera and locations, which is necessary for augmented reality game. They would forfeit their privacy by giving the app access to all their personal information, including map navigation, emails, web searches, documents, files, and pictures. They also have to sign in with the Gmail account, which is recommended by the game, and most people just don't read privacy policies when installing apps. I absolutely don't. Let us clarify this. Pokemon Go and Niantic Inc. will have access to read all of your emails and send emails from the account as you access all your documents on Google Drive or delete them. They would be able to search users' map navigation and search histories, access private photos, and so much more stated in the user's policy. Moreover, giving out one's personal information makes one a pawn for the government. The Pokemon Go game has every quality of a spying tool, giving away access to your device's GPS, camera, and your personal information. Pokemon Go can be said to be one of the cheapest and easiest government spying tools ever invented. There's a couple links here that I don't even know if we need to watch, because to be honest with you, I kind of feel like that's gotta be canon. Surely, right? Surely it's canon. I like those little Pokemon fellas. Pikachu, can I have my emails? The fuck he gonna do? I don't know, man. I fully believe this. I really think that this is probably one of the most believable ones, if you ask me. Why don't we Pokemon Go to the polls? That's not how it works. I don't know, man. I definitely would assume that Pokemon's up to some bullshit. Niantic is so bad at programming, I can't take this seriously. So you're saying that they're probably incapable of doing something like this because they're just bad? That's what they meant by Hillary's emails. Okay, hear me out. The emails were actually discovered by Pokemon Go app because Hillary Clinton was Pokemon going to the polls and they sniped the emails. If the service is free, you as the user are the product. Yep. Did you hear that from the social, what's that Netflix documentary? What was it called? The Social something? Hillary Clinton used Pokemon Go TOS to end official emails. TOS end official. Seems legit. The social network, right. That was like one of the most powerful lines that I was like, whoa. I think this one's got to be canon. Absolutely. I believe it. 100%. You know what? I think that we should cancel Pokemon. And it kind of puts forward the whole like evolution thing, you know, which everyone knows that we're in a simulation. So yeah, checkmate, liberals. I've worked in tech for a decade. Your app wouldn't get approved, so it would be sniped so quick. Maybe that's what they want you to think. I don't know. There are billboards denouncing evolution near me. There's a billboard that I've driven past in Los Angeles a couple times. I can't remember where it is. It's probably in like West Hollywood or something. And it's not an ad. It's got Elton John on it, and it's a billboard for like AIDS awareness. And I don't know if Elton John has AIDS, or if he's just kind of like, because I think Dolly Parton is on another one. But the website for the website that's on it is called like, it's like Help the Spread or like Be the Spread or whatever the website is. Whatever the website is that's on it, every time I see it, I'm like, why would they make that the link? Let me see if I can find the like the billboard or something. Elton John AIDS billboard. Every time no, this is what it is. This is the billboard that I've seen in LA before. Passiton.com is the website for AIDS. And every time I see it, I go, it just seems weird. And then I want to take a picture, but there's like a tree kind of in front of it. It's the same one. That's so unfortunate. I just don't understand. Maybe I don't understand. Like, maybe I don't understand? Like, why they would call it passiton.com. It's not a website for AIDS. It's like for compassion. Okay, so it's... I think Passiton is supposed to be some positivity spreading company. It just seems like a little bit of an oversight for whoever made the billboard, because people like me see, okay, Elton John, all right, like stopping to spread AIDS, but then it says passiton.com. And I'm like, what? It's like compassion. Okay. I think that maybe they should rework that because I didn't know that. So now I'm just looking at Passiton. Honestly, maybe it's great marketing, because would I have ever thought about that billboard more than once if it wasn't like that? Like, I don't know. Maybe it is good marketing, you know? Like, I've seen hundreds of billboards in Los Angeles, and I cannot remember a single one of them except two. The first one is that one. The second one is there is this one lawyer who always posts himself on billboards upside down. He's like, I don't know what kind of lawyer he is, but he always will post. It looks like somebody accidentally posted the billboard upside down, but then his phone number is correct, so you know it's on purpose and it gets your attention. Those are the only two ones that I remember. So it's billboard rage bait. It literally is. It literally is. Aliens built the pyramids. Oh, I lost it. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Okay. This long-standing theory has prevailed for years and is one that many have likely seen on social media and beyond. The famous conspiracy theory alleges that the ancient pyramids in Egypt, particularly the Great Pyramids of Giza, were not built by ancient Egyptians, but were instead created by extraterrestrial life forms. Yeah. I was about to ask if this is racism. I'm pretty sure that a lot of conspiracy theories are. Yep. 90%. It's just kind of racist. Yeah. 100%. They're like, absolutely, there's no way. People always think things are aliens. Yep. Seems like, how could these people build something so cool? Right. It couldn't possibly be people that don't look like us. I don't understand. The pyramids are insane. They've been around for so long. Have you guys, I'm pretty sure everybody has seen pictures of the pyramids, but then you like turn the camera and it's just like the city. So like there's that city that was like right up to the pyramids. So you have to like stand at a certain angle, but then they try to like charge you money to basically like not get the city in the background of the photos. I saw a TikTok the other day and I wanted to look into it a little bit. It was this guy and he was like walking around the pyramids, and like, I guess in like some other countries, like people will walk up and they try to give you stuff and you can't take it because then they try to like charge you for it. You know what I mean? And he was like, the tourist traps, right? And I was trying, he didn't explain what would happen if he took it. Like the guy was trying to give it to him and he's like, nope, I don't want it. Take it back. I don't want it. But he didn't ever explain like what it was. Las Vegas too. Yeah, but Vegas I think is even a little bit less because they like here it was like they were like, you know what I mean? Vegas, if you go to Vegas and somebody comes up to you and you literally just are like, no, then they will, you know what I mean? Pyramids are like the simplest way to build something tall too. I don't know what the obsession with the aliens had to do with it. Yeah, it's like the strongest shape. When I was a little kid, like 9 years old, we went to Vegas on vacation and someone handed me a flyer. Yeah, if you walk down the strip, they, you're not even spelling racist right. Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. You're spamming racist dicks, but you're not spelling racist right. They stand there with these cards and they like do this. And then they try to hand them to you. And if you take them, it's just pictures of like naked people and stuff. And you either ignore them or you collect them. I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to kind of skip this one hand because I don't even think I need to like go into it. Because I think everybody who's ever watched any conspiracy theory, anything, like the ancient aliens thing, you know, collected them like Pokemon cards, exactly. Guys,
just in case you've ever wondered whether it's actually possible to trace conspiracy theories back to their origins, here's one where you can. In March 2017, a mysterious headline popped up on the internet that read, "Hundreds of fans claim they saw Justin Bieber turn into a giant reptile. The original website where the article appeared was the dubious Australian news site, Perth Now. In the story, several anonymous sources gave colorful descriptions of the supposed incident. Apparently, the Biebs was found shape-shifting at a Perth airport, and hundreds of fans witnessed the pop star undergo this drastic transformation into a slimy lizard person. One memorable quote from the article was from a, quote, local skater, who said that Bieber, quote, was hanging around with this big guy, his bodyguard, I guess, and we were just staring.
Yo, he was like totally hanging out with this like big dude.
Because he kept turning into a huge reptile, his bodyguard was pointing at us, shouting that he'd kick our teeth in if we didn't put our phones away. Another onlooker told the site, quote, there were girls hiding in toilets crying. Guys were running for the exits, jumping into taxis to get out of there. Someone said they saw his...
Can you imagine, like, if you genuine, like, honest to God saw this happen, and then, like, the internet's just like, oh my God, like, there's this conspiracy theory that Justin Bieber's a lizard, and everybody's laughing about it, and you just have, like, trauma that you actually saw, like, a pop star turn into a lizard.
Eyes go black.
Like, anybody in my life could tell me that, and I'd be like, okay, what the fuck?
Person claimed the singer grew taller and had gross scales all over his body. Basically, there was chaos, there were phones, and people were recording the entire terrifying scene.
Okay, well
except for one tiny detail. There weren't any videos of this actually happening, and Perth Now removed the article from its site. BuzzFeed News added to the confusion when it first addressed the story and its discrepancies. They were told by Perth Now's head of digital content that the site never even published the piece in the first place. He said that the site doesn't use uppercase on the first letter of every word in the headline, as shown in screen grabs of the story. And besides that, the weather forecast displayed that day wasn't accurate. So, in other words, fake news. Not that this was the first time Bieber has been accused of being part reptile, however. In 2014, The Daily Dot published a story about the pop star's arrest that year, with a video of Bieber looking glum in court. Conspiracy believers noticed something strange about the way Justin blinked in the video, claiming that he was blinking the way only a lizard can. The clip now has more than 3 million views. But Justin Bieber isn't the only famous person who's been accused of being a reptilian. Former BBC sports reporter David Icke, who published an entire collection of books about the conspiracy, is cited as the authority on this theory. Many other prominent individuals have been labeled lizard people according to this theory, including Mark Zuckerberg, Bob Hope, and even Queen Elizabeth. The theory behind the theory is that flesh-eating, shape-shifting extraterrestrial reptilian humanoids were sent here to Earth to enslave the human race. This theory is reminiscent of the classic 50s science fiction film 5 Million Years to Earth, where scientists discover the ancient Martian reptile insect people who colonized our planet millions of years ago and come back to claim it. The author David Icke, in his books, claims he has interviews with witnesses who say they've seen these reptilians transform with their own 2 eyes. He even blames reptilians for a number of historic tragedies, including the Holocaust, the Oklahoma City bombings, and the September 11th attacks. Icke has also claimed that lizard people are behind other super secret societies like, big surprise, the Freemasons, and even bigger surprise, yes,
David Icke
the
was
Illuminati.
The person that Doc was ranting about in his final Twitch stream. Ain't no way. Okay, that's where I recognize it from. That's where lizards did 9/11.
Would that mean then that
They must
Beyonce and Jay-Z are also superhuman lizard people too? One can only wonder. My name is Rob Sheffield, and I officially do not believe any of these WTF music conspiracy theories.
Wow. Is it returns? I thought it was Ike, because that's how I heard Dr. Disrespect say it, but that doesn't mean anything. If you are a lizard, you better tell us. Why would I tell you? Pretty sure the OKC bomber believed in lizard conspiracies. This is not shocking to me. I like how this one tied together like half of the theories we've covered. Your salmon recipe inspired me, so I started using my rice cooker again. Let's go! Let's go! Last podcast on the left. I kind of believe that that's what it is. I kind of believe that that is how it's pronounced. Because unfortunately, as much as I don't respect Dr. Disrespect, I don't respect Dr. Disrespect. If he was that balls deep into his theories, he probably knew how to say his last name because he was listening to a bunch of podcasts and crazy shit. So, you know, lizard reflexes. Yeah, there's one flying around this like light over here, and it's just driving me fucking nuts. You know, Justin Bieber, it seems a little out there. I'm sat, not convinced. Sat, not convinced. Now, this one is interesting to me because this is one of my favorite pop stars who inspired one of my worst fashion choices in the mid 2000s. She single-handedly controlled every bad piece of clothing item that I ever tried to make work. And that is Avril Lavigne died and is being impersonated. The rumor is thought to have started with a blog post made by a Brazilian fan in 2001 titled Avril Está Morta, which translates to Avril is dead in English. The lengthy article introduces several different types of evidence, including analyses of Lavigne's song lyrics and close examinations of her face and appearance. The theory exploded on the internet in 2015 when BuzzFeed posted a tweet thread highlighting the claims of the Brazilian blog's post. Shortly after, news outlets including Paper Magazine and Vice published articles recapping the bizarre theory. The hoax and related conspiracies, including a separate theory that Lavigne died in a snowboarding accident, have occasionally resurfaced on social media throughout the years. One thread posted in 2017 on X, then known as Twitter, declared in its first post that Avril Lavigne is dead and was replaced by a lookalike. Before recapping the theory, the thread went viral when its first post retweeted more than 140,000 times. Analysis.
Avril Lavigne finally responds to death conspiracies.
That's a crazy mix-up too. Okay.
For those who don't know, there has been a theory that
I have to say, like, with Avril Lavigne, she's one of my earliest experiences with YouTube, because I would wake up, this is like early YouTube days, I would wake up every day and I would go downstairs and I would go on YouTube and I would click on the Avril Lavigne girlfriend music video, and I had really shitty internet, so it took like 30 minutes for the video to load, and so I would let that bitch cook and then I would come back downstairs like and watch it, and I would get kind of like, you know, in a good headset to go to school and try to be like a pick-me girl. So I probably watched it every day. Can we watch it? Have you guys not seen the Avril Lavigne girlfriend music video? It's where there's 3 different versions of Avril Lavigne and she bullies herself. We can watch it. I love it. Still. I remember somebody like, this is so funny. This is just like how the internet tried to be progressive, but kind of just was taking shots in weird directions. This video came out, and then there was like this anti-bullying campaign that was like, we need to cancel this music video because it promotes bullying. And I was like, I don't really think that this is the reason why kids are getting bullied, but okay. This version of Avril Lavigne with the black hair was like I wanted to be her so bad. In fact, I'm pretty sure I had like 3 different versions of this outfit. Like, she single-handedly inspired the t-shirt over long sleeve and studded belt look for me. I wanted to be pink girly pop at that point, so it was a little too girly pop for me. But now I do like the blonde Yeah, so I was never gonna ever be any cooler than Avril Lavigne. I recognize that. But allegedly,
Current Avril, the current one you're seeing is allegedly a clone named Melissa.
In today's crazy news of the day. Okay, so the singer was asked by a radio show in Australia what she thought about the rumors of her clone.
Why is Australia involved in like every single conspiracy that we've had so far? What's going on over there?
Responded, yeah, some people think that I'm not the real me, which is so weird. Like, why would they even think that? Which is my question exactly.
Right.
Why would they even think that? So the theory started in 2005, right, Jace?
Which is
why?
Which is so weird that so they said that Avril. Here's the theory. This is all an alleged theory. These are not factual. This is all alleged. That Avril was so successful. Her first album, Let Go, came out 2005. Skater Boy, I'm With You. So we know that she was this huge pop star, but she couldn't handle being famous. So the record label decided to remove Avril and have this new girl step in 2005. But
that's what fans thought.
That's what fans thought, right? But Avril also had an album in 2004. So it's just really weird. An Avril of all people.
It's bizarre. Exactly. It's so bizarre to me. And I know a lot of people think that this is like a whole new person because of the fashion. She used to dress grungy and now she's all in like these beautiful dresses. But you guys, that's just evolution of one's fashion style. And doesn't mean you died and you have a clone.
No, and then also in Avril's defense, you guys watching at home, she shares a birthday with me September 27th. So she is a Libra, so she knows a thing or two about fashion. And we came to know her so young. So to see her be this glam queen that she's now is like, wait, whoa.
What you guys are seeing right there is a side-by-side of her from years ago. And on the right is, Avril currently. It's not a new person.
No.
Look at the facial features. It looks exactly like her.
But to lean on the theory, though, Cassie, people say that there was lyrics in some of her songs. She had a song called Slipped Away that there was lyrics referring to her leaving and removing something. So they go down this rabbit hole of, ooh, she's singing about it. It's in the lyrics, it's in the music. But I don't know. I actually like conspiracy theories. I think it's really fun to get the clues because sometimes, and you guys have to tweet me, they make sense.
This one does not make sense.
They make sense.
I'm over it.
Sense.
I don't know, man. If she's a clone, then I don't think you'd be able to tell the difference.
No, I'm not dead. I'm here. Were we talking about that the other day? Yeah. Okay, again, if you're Jen, I'm going to put you on the spot. Guys, this is my new manager, Jen. Hi. You can poke your head in. Say hi. Hello. Hi, guys.
Are they doing like a live stream? What
Is
was
it
she live
strange
streaming
that
on?
people think you're dead? Like, what the fuck? I don't even know why, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it is weird. I think they don't have anything else to talk about right now. So at least they're talking.
Instagram, maybe?
And I think it's like really silly that anyone would even believe that. But yeah, it's this huge rumor. It's not even just a rumor. It's that I'm dead. Aren't they saying like that?
Yeah, it might have been Periscope because Periscope was like a big thing for a bit, and then is Periscope even a thing anymore, or do people just go live on all the other platforms now? Because the other platforms didn't have live yet, and so Periscope was like kind of the only live one other than Twitch, but Twitch was gaming and stuff. Yeah, never heard of that once in my life. Yeah, it was like a live streaming platform, but I think I still don't even really know what it was. It was like live streaming, but like celebrities did it. Could anybody live stream, or did you have to be famous? I don't know. The fact that Periscope was built around telling you where live streamers were in real time is fucking scary. Yeah. It's kind of interesting, like the awareness of people being safe about where they are has like increased. Like I remember like early day YouTubers, they would like film YouTube videos like in front of their houses and stuff, even when they had a lot of like subscribers and stuff. Like just it wasn't even necessarily like a fame thing, it was like a time thing. Like they would just be like, oh, I'm gonna go film a YouTube video in my driveway where you can see the front of my house. Some people are still like that. There's some streamers that are like, so like, I just can't even imagine. They just will like stream at their house where you can see everything, you know? Yeah, it was before Rainbolt. Rainbolt changed the game. I think, honestly, so I know one thing about Avril Lavigne. She went away for a while because of Lyme's disease. And then she came back and she was like really Christian, and she like kind of made her comeback with like this Christian song. And I know that like I've heard the Lyme's disease thing is like its own like conspiracy thing. But it would make sense that she would go away and then come back kind of religious if maybe she had some sort of like health improvement, and you know what I mean? So the song isn't actually bad despite being a Christian thing. I know, dude. I remember listening to it and I was so excited, and then I was like, fuck, and then I was like, well, maybe. I'm gonna say it's a no from me, dog. I love a little spicy conspiracy, but that one, she looks the exact same. I think it's like the twin theory, you know, in any movie. I think that when you add a clone theory, it's like, okay, well, you're taking shortcuts. You know what I mean? This one I'm really excited about. And I think I'm just going to show you this actually to kick it off. Our next theory is Ted Cruz is the Zodiac killer. Cold case team says it has identified the Zodiac killer. Ted Cruz posting a GIF because old people love GIFs. Okay, let's see. We've got a bunch of stuff here.
I used to be a doubter too. Carefree, living my life without knowing the truth. But now he's all I see at night. The eyes that pierce your soul. The mouth, I can never figure out if it's smiling or frowning. Ted Cruz, family man, senator, candidate for president of the United States, serial killer. Does this look like a man who's standing like a normal human being? Or perhaps, rather a man trying to find a comfortable position in his human skin suit? Wake up, America. No, I won't stop until the world knows the truth. Or at least it's put on his Wikipedia page, like early life and family, legal career, U.S. Senate, serial killer allegations. I haven't ate. I haven't slept. I won't stop until—
That Ted Cruz? Hell! Don't you mean
the Zodiac killer? No. You know that this is just a meme, right?
It's never just a meme. Boy.
Look, sit down, I'll explain it to you. He wasn't even born until after the killings, alright? How do you explain that? Who said he wasn't born then? Him? You think a man who murdered multiple people and got away with it couldn't just lie about his birthday? You think a serial killer draws the line at photoshopping a birth certificate? Alright, good point, but they don't even look the same. Look at the picture. That's because one of them is wearing glasses. Hold on, look at this.
Oh my God.
You see this? Whoa! Right? If you think that's crazy, check this out. Ted Cruz, cruise ship, The Sweet Life on Deck, a groundbreaking TV show. And guess what Ted Cruz said his favorite TV show is?
The Sweet Life on Deck?
Exactly, Criminal Minds. Because he's got one of his own.
I didn't say—
Because he's got one of his own. Own, the Oprah Winfrey Network. Oprah, who's had hundreds of guests on her show, including Donald Trump. Who else is Criminal Minds? ISIS, who Donald Trump says we need to go after.
They've got to be stopped!
And Donald Trump is also running for president. Running for president, Run the Jewels, a hip-hop group formed by LP and Killer Mike, who supports none other than Bernie Sanders. Remember that for later. How am I supposed to remember any of this? So Donald Trump was interviewed by Oprah in 1988.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose.
1988, which was the year Ted Cruz graduated from high school.
What I want to do in life? Well, my aspiration is to take over the world. World domination.
Donald Trump is currently #1 in the polls right now. 1 plus 1988 equals 1989. Oh, that's right. The title of Taylor Swift's Grammy Award-winning album, which included her smash hit Shake It Off, which featured the lyrics, "The play is gonna... play, 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 play. And the hate is gonna... Baby, I'm just gonna shake. I shake it off. Stop it. So Taylor Swift said her favorite food is cheesecake. And what dessert did Future like so much that he got turned into a meme?
I love cheesecake.
Cheesecake? Yes, cheesecake. And if Ted Cruz was to become president of the United States, he would change the future of America. Now, what's the best place to get these desserts?
Cheesecake Factory?
Exactly, the Cheesecake Factory. But if you want to make the cheesecakes at home, what can you buy? A cookbook. Book. Ted Cruz has also written a book. And guess what most of it's about?
Cheesecake?
What? How would... No, a corrupt legislative process. His time in the Senate. Why would you... Cheesecake? Because I'm doing all this and you're thinking about food right now. Are you hungry? Because you... Well, no, why would you say cheesecake of all things? Because you were saying... Don't interrupt me. So cheesecake, right? That's what you can eat when you're feeling sad or down. E. Robert Downey Jr.
All right, that's a reach.
I have long arms.
I know. Is it really a reach, though? What movie was Robert Downey Jr. in, huh? Zodiac, that's right.
What other movie was he in? Avengers.
I love that
Extremely
movie.
popular franchise. Tons of merchandising. Toys, mugs, t-shirts, lunchboxes, cereal. Now, if you want to win a presidential election, what don't you take? An L or a loss. Take the L out of cereal, and what do you get? Syria. Yes, Syria. Where Ted Cruz has been very critical of the Obama administration. He actually doesn't agree with most of Obama's views, promising to reverse many of his policies once in office. Now, let's reverse a couple things of our own. Reverse Syria, and what do you get? Aries. Yes, Aries. The first astrological sign in the Zodiac. Now reverse this entire explanation. The Zodiac, serial killer, is Ted Cruz.
Holy shit. Obama.
Thank you. So you figured it out. Why are you saying this all ominously? I'm afraid I can't let you leave. Wait. Smile. Smile. I am smiling. No. No. No.
Hi,
Oh no.
I'm Ted Cruz.
No.
Stay woke.
Gotcha.
Obama. Obama. It's gotta be canon. I mean, what more proof do you want? All right, Bigfoot. I'm just gonna throw up a couple sightings. We all know Bigfoot. We know what this is. We don't need to go into the Bigfoot conspiracy. Bigfoot shows his face on camera, standing and staring at work truck as it drives in. Where is it? Okay. What am I looking for? That? What is Bigfoot wearing a jacket? What the fuck is that? What is happening? Now, what the hell is that?
Curious what you think about this one. Let us know in the comments.
What did... Oh, God. Okay. Very real sighting.
Bigfoot attacked my brother.
Okay, well, what more do you want? It's real and true. I think that we can skip to Bigfoot. As somebody that grew up in the Pacific Northwest, I feel like it's my home turf, and if anybody has seen Bigfoot, it would have been me. So I know that Bigfoot is real. I know it. Have you seen him play the sax? No, I haven't seen Bigfoot play the sax. I haven't seen that. Is that... Yeah. Everybody that lives in the Pacific Northwest has seen Bigfoot. This is a big one. This is a massive one, in fact. Here we go. Guys, where's the wind coming from? Surely there's no wind on the moon. Can we watch Buzz Aldrin punch that guy? Yes. Yes, we can. Seems pretty fake to me. Yeah, we do have to watch the Buzz Aldrin punching because I like it and it's funny. Buzz Aldrin punches guy video. Yep, that's what I want. We don't need the 5-minute long video. We don't need the 10-minute long video. We just need why is it so hard on YouTube to just find the video? Like, that's all I want. Like, this is what happens. I want to find something and it's just a fucking bunch of like video essays. Why can't we just put like the OG clip here? You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna have to go on TikTok because TikTok is better for searching specific short instances. You can filter for video length. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna type in Buzz Aldrin punch on TikTok and I'm gonna get it in about 2 seconds.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief. And a thief. And a thief.
He hit him hard too. Damn. Okay. Slay. Get his ass. Incredible. Don't fuck with Buzz. Getting punched after calling someone a coward is the most skill different thing imaginable. There's a reason they said the OG astronauts had the right stuff. They were built different. Let's see.
Let's look at the photo. You say that's me? Okay, check out the name badge. It says Aldrin. Looks like you're right. But notice the helmet. Can you see my face? No. This is a secret I've been keeping for almost half a century. On July 20th, 1969, Neil Armstrong and I pulled off humanity's first extraterrestrial prank.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest? It didn't happen. It could have been scary.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there and...
What? Does he just lie to people for fun? Does he just lie that he never went to the moon just like as a bit? That's so good.
It happened, and if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going. Money is a good thing.
Why is he's telling this kid he's going on full like existential this 8-year-old child is like
if you want to buy new things, new rockets, instead of keep doing the same thing over, and it's going to cost more money. And other things need more money too. So having achieved what the president wanted us to do, and then what thousands, millions of people in America, and millions of people around the world. You know, when we toured around the world after we came back, the most fascinating observation was signs that said, we did it. Not just us, not just America, but we, the world, different countries. They felt like they were part of what we were able to do. And that made us feel very good.
What did he just said so many things without saying anything at all, somehow. We did it.
Destroy the technology. But one of the clips we have is them saying that they intentionally destroyed all of the equipment to go to the moon. All the
Is this Joe Rogan? That would be awesome, because of course he's gonna... Good old JRE. Oh yeah, of course he's gonna like go moon landing conspiracy.
Diagrams are the hardware, all the schematics, all the original telemetry of where the rocket was at the time, and all the original videotapes. Ron Howard's grandfather warned him the moon landings were fake. He didn't listen. He wanted to make an IMAX movie. He went to NASA, said, give me all the originals so I can transfer it to HD, and project it at 120 feet wide. They said, give us a couple of days. And in those days, they lost every single original videotape from every single Apollo mission. Now, if you really went to the moon and spent $200 billion, the last thing you would do is destroy that technology. But we found documentation from Von Braun that says every 24 hours on the moon, there's a 50% chance of a catastrophic, deadly error because of decompression from a micrometeorite in the sand traveling through space at 25,000 miles an hour.
Okay. Fantastic. Great. Let's see.
So I'm just giving you the sort of the very top line introduction to this conspiracy.
Okay.
And also giving you the NASA's official response. And I'm not getting into every single thing. These are just the major things. Okay.
The Major Tom things?
That's good, Link. Major Tom.
I have to see when this came out just based on their hair. 9 years ago. Yeah.
David Bowie, some year, I can't remember. First of all, what was the motive? Why would we have faked it? Well, the reason would have been
I think Red and Link have always had hair that kind of looked like it wasn't real. Every time I see them, their hair looks like they might have just... It just looks, you know...
We're in this heated space race with Russia, and we could totally show them up. We could show Russia up by actually going to the moon, and they're like, oh, they got there before we did. So that they believe that this was orchestrated by the government, that it was set up on a sound stage somewhere, potentially maybe in the desert somewhere, and the entire thing was just a huge theatrical production to fool people. And they have some interesting pieces of evidence to support that.
So they say that every Apollo mission didn't happen. Every single one, not just the first one.
We haven't been there.
Okay.
First thing is, all these pictures that they took while they were on the moon, they got no stars in them. The sky, I mean, you can see for yourself, there are no stars.
Uh-oh.
It's completely black. And the theory is, well, first of all, when you look into the night sky, you see stars.
Yeah, but there's dots like up there in the upper right.
That's my screen.
Oh, that actually is on, you like sneezing on your screen.
That is dust on my screen.
I really thought those were stars.
No.
Okay, I can see the Earth, but now I see sneeze.
My monitors are pretty gross. I don't know why. Probably just years of me opening things and splattering. I don't know. When I went to do the stream in my kitchen the other day, I was looking at OBS and I was like, oh my God, my cabinets are disgusting. And I looked over and I was like, No, they're not. And I realized I had so many splotches on this monitor that it just made my whole kitchen look filthy dirty. I need to clean my monitors. They're fucking gross. There's one spot on this monitor that's always like on things, and I need to fix it.
Stuff, but I see no snars.
And the idea is
snars.
There's no snars and there's no stars. And they say the reason there's no stars is because if they were to try to create like a theatrical appearance of stars, well, they probably would have gotten it wrong, and then people wouldn't have been able to tell, oh, those are fake, because if they were right here, it would have looked like that, and astronomers would have been able to break it down. So they just said, don't do stars at all.
The director said that.
Yeah, the director said no stars.
No stars.
It may not seem like it, but this is NASA's official response. It may not seem like it, but the moon reflects a lot of light, and you actually, because of the light from the sun that's being reflected off of the moon, you wouldn't be able to, according to NASA, see the stars. In fact, lots of people who have been to the moon say they can't see the stars with the naked eye because of how much light is being reflected. But the exposures that they were using were very, very fast exposures, which doesn't let a lot of light in. So the cameras, in order to expose properly for their surrounding environment, would not have actually exposed the stars to see the stars.
Well,
I live in Los Angeles, and you can't see stars like at all. So, you know, that's fair and valid. In fact, it doesn't even really get that dark here. Like when I first moved to Los Angeles, I couldn't sleep very well. I had to get blackout curtains for sleeping because it always kind of is like, if you live somewhere where, if you don't live in a city, if you're somebody that doesn't live in a city, at about maybe like 5 a.m., 4:30, 5 a.m., the sky kind of starts to like light up, but it's not daylight, like 4:30 in the morning. That's what it looks like in Los Angeles, like all the time. Like it kind of just looks like that moment before it's going to start to like the birds are going to wake up. It's so bright. It's crazy.
I'll go with NASA on this one.
Oh, really? Are you convinced? You're not a conspiracy theorist?
Well, I mean, the mechanics of cameras.
Second thing is, the American flag that was put up on the moon to claim it for the US of A is waving. You can see from this video here, at this moment where they actually set it in the ground, it's kind of hard to see, but you can see that when they're setting it in the ground, it's kind of like waving around.
Yeah.
It's this flag is waving around. Well, we're in a vacuum. There's no air on the moon. There's no air currents. So how could the flag be waving? I mean, surely this is on a soundstage and somebody left the AC on and that thing is blowing around. I mean, how else can you explain that?
I mean, it certainly is moving. It's not moving how it would move if it was being blown by air conditioning or like a fan, though. It's hard to tell.
It's moving like it would move in water.
The frame rate is kind of weird too.
Yeah, it is.
Why is it? Like, what's
NASA's official response to this is, if you watch closely, the flag is only moving after it's been touched. So you got something that's in a vacuum that's wavy like a flag, and you touch it and you set it down, it's going to wave until it settles. And also they had horizontal rods inside of the flag to make it stand out,
so you could see it.
And they bent those as they were installing it, so it looked like it was mid-flap.
It did have wires.
But you can see eventually it just
they made the rod, they bent them on purpose to simulate a waving flag?
Well, it says they accidentally bent those, but I think it actually makes it look more cool because they did bend them. So either way, they were
still
bent.
There? Is the American flag still up on the moon? I'm assuming that it's still there. Okay. Got it. Right.
And it looks like it's flapping, but you can see, after a number of seconds.
You don't want your flag on a planet to be too taut. You want it to have a little.
It's true. If it was ever there.
Yeah, you're trying too hard.
You want to simulate.
We're claiming this moon, but we're going to claim it with some finesse here.
It's bleached.
I think that's.
Wouldn't it be? This is kind of poetic, actually. That like we want to get up to the moon, right? Because we want to claim the moon. Whatever. So we get up to the moon, we put an American flag on it to like stake it as our own. And then over the time, the sun bleaches it to be a white flag. And like a white flag is like kind of like representation of like peace, Yeah.
I'm still with NASA on this one.
Okay, and in many of the missions, in many of the photos, there are these unexplained objects. One that has caught the most attention of conspiracy theorists is from the Apollo 12 mission.
It's because you don't.
There's a reflection of something in the astronaut's helmet right here. You see it? And you zoom in.
I see another astronaut.
No. It's
in
this
the
thing
upper
here,
right.
upper right-hand corner. And this apparently, according to conspiracy theorists, is like a can light. It's a studio light that is actually lighting him. That's not the sun that's lighting him. It's
9
studio
years
light.
ago.
And there's lots of little, you can go forever to spot these little things that seem to be unexplainable.
You can find anything in a reflection, right?
Well, scientific explanation of this is that these are photos and videos that are developed on film, and there are so many different things that can happen either during the filming, whether it's a lens flare or whether it's a smudge during the development process, that can change and put something on there. This is a phenomenon called pareidolia, which is where you think that you're seeing something and you probably aren't. You're getting really in there.
It looks like a can light.
Or it might be a can light and the whole thing might be staged.
I mean, I'm going like literally on a stage. I mean, I'm on the fence with this one. I'm gonna go with the director's cut on this.
Okay, all right, you've been swayed.
It's interesting.
Another thing that conspiracy theorists point out is that there's no landing crater under the Eagle. That was the name of the landing, the moon lander. So when they said the Eagle has landed, it was not an actual eagle. They didn't have a pet mascot with them.
The Eagle has landed and it has not made a crater.
It was that, the moon lander that landed.
I mean, it does look relatively undisturbed underneath that thing.
Yeah, so they say there's no crater. What about the thrust of the engines? Wouldn't they have A, created a crater, and B, created a huge dust cloud? I mean, we got moon dust up there that's light. It wouldn't have gone everywhere, right?
Right.
Well, it turns out that while the moon lander may be relatively heavy on Earth, it's 1/6 of its weight because of the less gravity on the moon. It turns out that one of these little lander pedestals or whatever it is would probably only have about the pressure of 1/10 of a car tire, the average car tire. Meaning that it actually doesn't take that much thrust to propel this thing up and down. And so it wouldn't have created a huge dust cloud and it wouldn't have created a huge crater.
And why is there like a bag of fast food on the ground under that in that close-up?
The body.
I mean, that seems suspicious.
Astronauts get hungry.
Hey guys, take a break. Let's take 5. We're gonna bring in some fast food lunch in a sack.
Now this one,
I'm going with the conspiracy theorist on that one.
Really? You've been swayed.
There's a lunch sack under there.
Okay, this one is intriguing. There are multiple photos taken from what seem to be, or purported to be, miles apart, but they have the same background.
Starbucks cup they left in the background.
One's from the Apollo 15 mission, and you put them together, you overlay them.
You've seen them.
This is the same backdrop. The same exact mountains, and these photos are supposedly miles apart. This has got to be just a backdrop that they used in a studio. This is just a backdrop that they put, a few 100 feet back or 20 feet back or whatever.
Yeah, let's shoot it at a different angle. We don't need to buy another backdrop. Budgeting. Hello, let's just shoot it a little bit. No one will notice.
It turns out that while they are very, very similar, there are actually more than subtle differences between the two backdrops. The same type of differences that you would expect with a parallax effect when you move, but the background is miles and miles away. Another thing is there's no pollution, there's no haze, there's no air on the moon, so that these objects could be 10, 20 kilometers away, which is what you would, the differences that you actually see are what you would probably expect if you were to move even a couple of miles to take a different picture. They're not the same, they have the parallax effect. Or maybe they're a backdrop.
You know what? Here's where I'm going to land on this one.
Okay.
My eagle is going to land on a little bit of both. They actually landed on the real moon, and they filmed it in every way that you see here. But then they came back, reviewed the footage, and they're like, not compelling enough. Let's get some pickups. You know how Hollywood people say, let's get some pickups. Let's adjust the script a little bit. So they shot some on a backlot in order to just fill in the details visually. So everyone's right. Everyone leaves a winner.
Are you just trying to make everybody happy, Link?
Please just be happy, everyone.
So that's a small, light introduction to the moon landing conspiracy. Did it happen? Did it not? I think it did happen.
Comment below. Thanks for liking this video. You know what time it is.
It's Megan and Tatum from Stuttgart, Germany, and it's time to spin the wheel of... Mr. Keller!
Yeah, I don't know. Listen. I'm just gonna say what everybody's thinking. Okay. I'm just gonna say what everybody's thinking. This is one of my favorite ones because it's clever. And this one is for the Disney adults.
When you think of the words Disney and Frozen, it's pretty likely that the first thing that comes to mind is the smash hit movie featuring sisters Anna and Elsa and the lovable snowman named Olaf. But what if...
when I was in, I must have been in high school. I don't know when the movie came out. I took like 3 or 4 of my guy friends with me. Like, we were all hanging out. And I was like, guys, like, I want to go see Frozen. Like, will you guys go see Frozen? And they were like, okay, like, whatever. And I remember, like, sitting in the theater, and they were all kind of, like, sitting, like, on the left. I was sitting on the end. And they, we were watching the movie, and then the first song started. And I looked to my left, and all 3 of them had, like, leaned out to, like, look at me. It was like they were staggered because they didn't know that it was a musical, and they were so mad. Like, they thought it was just like a Disney movie. They didn't realize it was like a Disney princess musical. And they were so pissed at me. And then the end of the movie, we walked out. And I remember one of my friends was like, that was one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life.
That's exactly what Disney wants you to think. One amazing Frozen-related theory suggests that there might be more going on than meets the eye. Ah, Frozen. The 2013 monster hit of a movie that has forever implanted the song Let It Go so deep inside of our brains that it's hard to remember a time that we didn't know every word. We can't let it go, Elsa. You did this to us. You did this to us! Anyway, Frozen became a massive cultural phenomenon. But why? Sure, it was packed with adorable characters,
awesome.
Sweet storylines, and the aforementioned catchy tunes, but so is every Disney.
I think it was one of, like, the first Disney movies that I watched that I was, like, really into the music, and I was like, this fucking rocks. I was like, this is... I feel like they had, like Disney musicals were kind of like kids movies, and then this one was, like, the first one that I remember a lot of adults liked watching when it came out, because it just was, like, good
movie. So why this one? Well, one theory believes that there might actually be something a little more sinister going on beneath the surface.
Mandy Moore.
A long time ago, a rumor was started that the creator of Disney animation, Walt Disney, had actually been cryogenically frozen before he passed away.
If they're cryogenically freezing celebrities and, like, rich people, like, I know that he is. Like, if that's a thing that's happening, like, if we're cryogenically freezing rich people, he is in there. Like, if anybody's gonna be in there, he's 1,000% in there.
Apparently, Disney wanted to live forever, so like any normal, obscenely wealthy person, he had his whole body, or also possibly just his head, frozen, so that one day he could be thawed out and brought back to life. Some even believe that his frozen body is hidden underneath the Pirates of the Caribbean ride at Disneyland. Why that ride? We have no idea. And it doesn't seem like anyone else does either. Of course, there's not a lot of evidence to support these wild claims. None, in fact. Still, the rumor has become something of a cult favorite, and people love to play with the idea that Walt will one day be defrosted and brought into the future. But where does the movie Frozen come in? So glad you asked. Some people believe that Disney actually made the movie and titled it Frozen to distract the internet from these famed rumors. Now, when you type Disney and Frozen into Google, instead of a bunch of pages dedicated to the cryogenesis of old Walt, you get nothing but results related to the movie, enough to bury the urban legend for good. Try it yourself. Like a lot of Disney movies, Frozen is loosely based off of an old fairy tale called The Snow Queen by Hans Christian Andersen.
Snow Queen?
And with the story being about Anna's search for her sister Elsa in order to release their kingdom from endless winter. So it could have been called anything. The Ice Princess, Snow Sisters, Olaf? Okay, so we never claimed to be title writing experts over here, but still, fans of this theory think it's pretty on the nose that the title of the movie is exactly the word that the Disney company wanted buried underneath the Google search algorithm. And it totally worked. Before the movie,
Imagine
searching
if they called it like Disney cryogenically frozen, like that was the name of the movie, and everybody's like, that's a little weird to like specifically say that when it doesn't have anything to do with cryogenic freezing. And they're like, no, it's just, it makes sense.
Frozen and Disney together produced page upon page of results relating to the supposed cryogenic freezing. But since 2013, you really have to search long and hard to come up with anything about the rumors. But why exactly would Disney go to all this trouble just to cover up a silly urban legend? Because they are totally and sometimes intensely protective of their family-friendly brand. So much so that they actually used to edit cigarettes out of Walt's hands in photos at Disneyland. Walt was a lifelong smoker, but in order to protect his image for the children visiting the park, they went the extra mile and just erased history.
I love smoking. It's my hobby.
Not only that, but Disney also is extremely serious about protecting the air of whimsy and childlike wonder that they have spent almost 100 years cultivating. So much so that the people who perform at Disneyland as the beloved movie characters are under strict, and we mean strict, instruction never to take off their costumes anywhere near the public, even in the event of drowning. One former Disney employee who was hired to be an underwater goofy on a Disney cruise was made to sign a waiver that said if he ever started drowning while in costume, he would be taken away and out of sight before they removed his costume and would perform CPR. Because watching Goofy literally struggle and drown is somehow
I actually believe that. I believe that they would make you sign something that says we have to remove you from the public eye before we take your costume off. It does sound illegal, but I would also believe it. I would 100% believe that.
Not as bad. Along with that, there's actually a special covert ops team of people dressed in black who are tasked with removing anyone acting drunk or disorderly. They are apparently given the right to detain and forcibly subdue anyone who doesn't cooperate, before removing and banning them from the park for good. So it's pretty obvious that Disney isn't messing around when it comes to protecting their squeaky clean image. And while the founder having himself cryogenically frozen isn't particularly in bad taste, it is definitely weird. It signals that Walt was actually a pretty eccentric dude, a bit fixated on living forever and willing to go to great expense in order to come back to life in the future. Also, the thought of the sweet, creative Walt Disney's frozen popsicle corpse buried beneath one of the most popular rides of all time might be enough to keep a family or two from visiting the happiest.
I didn't get kicked out by Disney ninjas. I got kicked out by a bald guy in kind of like a high-vis vest who was absolutely he wanted to be a real cop so badly, like so badly.
This place on Earth. With all of that in mind, is it so outside the realm of possibility that Disney would spend a few million of their billions and billions of dollars in order to produce a smash hit, Oscar-nominated movie musical turned Broadway hit in order to bury the creepy rumors about Walt Disney pulling a Philip J. Fry and sending himself 1,000 years into the future? Or maybe the elaborate cover-up is all in the name of keeping Walt's cryogenesis a secret, so that he may one day return as an international man of mystery with a mission to save the Earth from nuclear destruction. While we may never know if this conspiracy theory is actually true, we would be remiss to underestimate the power of the Disney Corporation, and boy, do we not want to mess with them. What do you think of this theory?
Okay, it's been a while, and I don't know what's gonna come of it, but every day I wake up and I think about this and when the fuck this is gonna ruin my job. Because Disney put out this thing like a year ago or something saying they were developing a show called Sandwich, spelled exactly like my username. And as soon as they announced it or somebody leaked it or whatever happened, I was like, oh, awesome. Great. Okay. So, I'm about to have to change my username. You copyright your name. I don't know. I don't know what I do. I feel like because I've made money under the name Sandwich, I think I kind of have a little bit of, legs to stand on, but I don't know what I do. And well, I mean, like, you guys are telling me to copyright it. They definitely have already copywritten it. I'm not gonna, like, if this exists, they like, you know, I can't go copyright it now. I'm not faster than them. I think you know what I do? If that show comes out and Disney ever comes to me, I say, hey, Disney, I will happily accept a chunk of change to change my username. Because you know what? I love the name Sandwich. Will I happily take a couple years worth of very, very large payments to go and change my username to something else? Yes. Yes, I will. For sure I would. What's going to be the new username? I would just change it to something like Spamwich. No, I don't know what I would change it to. I don't know if I would twist it or if I would just fully come up with a different one. But yeah. Change the I to a 1. Well, that wouldn't work. Because it would still be, people would still write it the way that they have been. I'd probably have to change it to something completely different. Because if I altered it, then people would they'd still call it like it is. I love this conspiracy theory. In fact, this is my favorite one that I talk about all the time. Definitely canon. It's gotta be. It's too perfect. You can trademark a username if you apply it to distinguish your product or services from others. Yeah. You just want beef with Disney? I mean, if I'm gonna go down, I guess I'll go down swinging. They could pay me out. Listen, they have the money. They could pay me out. Like, really, it wouldn't even take that much. Like, they just need to try me. What about this from Disney? This isn't real. Is this real? Chat, is this real? What? Ain't no way. That's real. Where do I buy one? I'll buy one right now. Okay. This next one, I might just need to pull an audible on this one because I think that the videos that I have are too long, but I don't really think I need to show you videos because I think it's all just, listen. The next one is that the life that we live in, the world that we know, is all a simulation. Just like the Matrix. Arguments for simulation theory. The multiverse, this is like one of the ones that I genuinely, no joke, kind of go, but maybe. And maybe it's because I'm like not religious, but I'm also like agnostic. I'm kind of like, you know what I mean? Like maybe. Bostrom, I don't know who this, argued in his paper that if humans are able to survive thousands of years to reach a post-human state, one in which we have acquired most of the technological capabilities consistent with physical laws and material and energy constraints, it's likely they would have the capability to run ancestral simulations. In a post-human civilization, Bostrom proposes that machines running simulations could be stacked, in that a simulation machine could simulate another simulation machine. This makes for a possibility of multiple levels of reality, where the number and likelihood of simulated realities would only increase over time. There's just a Rick and Morty episode about that. Mathematicians have proved that a universal computing machine can create an artificial world that itself is capable of simulating its own world, and so ad infinitum. In other words, simulations nest inside simulations, wrote cosmologist Paul Davies in 2003, because fake worlds can outnumber real ones without restriction, and real multiverse would inevitably spawn a vastly greater number of virtual multiverses. Infinitum. I listen, I actually want to put this one here because even though I think that it has the most legs to stand on, I'm sat. Do I think it's canon? I don't know, but I'm sat. I'll listen. The bubble theory and simulation theory go hand in hand. I just read about another theory on TikTok that was like, basically the theory was, say you are driving and you get into a car wreck. At the moment that you die in that car wreck, the timeline splits. And there's a version of you that dies, but then there's a version of you that doesn't die. And your consciousness goes with the version that doesn't die. Yeah, quantum immortality. So, because consciousness can't die, so what happens is your consciousness like creates a new timeline where it doesn't die. And I've thought about that on my own, and I've been like, oh, like I remember explaining it to my mom and being like, what if every time we die, we live the rest of our lives in our own heads. Actually, what I explained to my mom was a little bit different. I was like, what if in the moment that you die, your brain does a basically like expedited realistic, like, okay, hold on, let me think. What if in the moment that you die, your brain creates a alternate reality where you didn't die from the moment you didn't die till the moment you die of old age? And so your consciousness basically gives you a happy lifetime to old age. Does this make sense at all? So it's like basically your brain just in its last hurrah creates this fake lifetime for you and just goes like, and so like you just like get to live to old age, and your brain just did that for you and like the moment you die. It's like weird and stupid, but I like thought about that once. Yeah, it's basically a simulation, but your brain does it instead of like technology. It happens when you die, your brain releases DMT and you experience an insane hallucination. Have you seen the video, The Egg short story about how we all have the same person gaining energy through lifetimes until we become God? No. It sounds like a lame safety net for people. I mean, is a safety net lame? I don't know. The Mandela effect is creepy. People have dreams like that, so possible. Yeah. Have you guys heard of the lamp theory? Or whatever it is? What is it? It was like the lamp. What is it called? I can't remember what it's called. The lamp theory or whatever. Yeah, it's like basically there's this guy that had he had this like wife and he had like kids and stuff, and he was sitting in his living room once and he was like looking at this lamp in the corner of his living room, and the lamp just looked weird. And he kind of like looked at it and he was like, and it's this, yeah, so it's a Reddit story. So basically, let me back up a little bit. It's a story that was on Reddit, and it was this guy that was like, this actually happened to me, like, but I'm not going to disclose any details about myself, like, whatever, take that as you will. But he was like, I had a wife and a kids, and I was sitting in my living room and I was staring across the room, and this lamp in the corner of the room just looked really weird. And I was staring at it and I couldn't stop staring at it. And I stared at it for days on end, and I wasn't eating, and I was only going to the bathroom, and my wife couldn't get me to come to bed. And I just, no matter what I did, I couldn't stop staring at this lamp because it looked like it was weird. It looked like it didn't exist in the time and space that I was in. And then he said that then it dawned on him that the lamp wasn't real, that the lamp was not meshing with reality. And in the moment that he realized the lamp wasn't real, he heard paramedics and stuff like that, and somebody walked in his door and they picked him up and they carried him into a hospital, and then he woke up in a hospital and basically had gotten into an accident. And in the moment that he had gotten into this accident, his brain had done that. It had like invented a timeline where he had like a wife and a kids, and like, you know, that episode of Rick and Morty where Morty plays that computer game that gives him. And so he woke up and he was like, where's my wife? Where's my kids? And they had never existed. And so then he was just like mourning this life that he had lived that didn't actually exist. Yeah, Roy. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a whole like Reddit deep dive, you know. That scene made me sad. It made me scared. 'Cause like, how bad would that suck? Like, imagine you like live a whole lifetime with like, you know, a partner and like kids and everything, and maybe you have a great life, and then you just like pull out of a simulation. You know what I mean? Like, that'd be crazy. Yeah. So it was a defense mechanism for a traumatic... I mean, it was a Reddit post. So, you know, whatever. Okay, I'm gonna zip through these. Princess Diana's murder. I actually know less about this one than I want to. Let's see.
The shocking allegations about Princess Diana's death. Authorities now reviewing the new and sensational claim that she was actually murdered by the British government. ABC's chief legal affairs anchor here with more on that, Dan Abrams. And Dan, talk about a conspiracy theory.
Oh, yeah. Look, this may be the most thoroughly investigated car crash ever. But when you're talking about the death of Princess Diana, it seems some will never accept the official finding. After all, attributing her death to negligence, mistakes, bad behavior isn't nearly as tantalizing as a claim of murder.
It seemed like a terrible accident and was officially ruled just that, an accident caused by, among other things, the gross negligence of driver Henri Paul. But now Scotland Yard is looking into a new claim that Princess Diana and her boyfriend Dodi Fayed were actually murdered by British Special Forces 16 years ago this month.
Whenever you bring in stories about Special Forces personnel, then immediately you've got the prospect of a red-hot story.
The allegation came in the form of a letter.
This one makes so much sense because it was like Princess Diana came in, had children that were heirs to the throne, and then they got divorced. And then it was like, well, now we just have this kind of like fifth wheel hanging around who, you know, has children that are heirs, but she's not part of the royal family anymore, you know, so she's kind of just like a stray. Like this one makes so much sense for them to just want to. And she was also like really outspoken. Like Princess Diana would have outed so much bullshit.
During a court-martial of Sergeant Danny Nightingale, a British Special Air Service sniper convicted of illegal gun possession.
We can't have that.
The letter alleged that a fellow Special Ops soldier told his wife their unit orchestrated the princess's death
and she would have had, like, why wouldn't she? Like, you know what I mean? Because she wasn't involved in the royal, like, her kids were in there, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I think that they were probably afraid that she was gonna, like, turn her kids against the royal family, you know? Like, imagine, like, it's like, okay, well, on, you know, 1 week I go to dad's house where I am royalty, and then I go to mom's house where I'm just like a regular kid. You know what I mean?
They had a team of people over there on motorbikes, designing, planning the whole operation, waiting with cars, etc. So the car would be driven down at speed, driven by motorbikes to get them at high speed, driven into the tunnel, and the strobe light then would be used to disorientate Henri Paul so he'd lose control of the car.
A new book said to be published next week by author Alan Power also claims the British government had Diana killed because they saw her as a threat.
The security services and the monarchy, the establishment realized there's a big danger looming.
Power alleges the princess was pregnant and planning on marrying Fayed, and possibly preparing to leak embarrassing information about the prince. The problem? In 2008, after 6 months of reviewing every piece of evidence during a formal inquest into Diana's death, no evidence was found that she was pregnant, or engaged, or, of course, murdered.
There was no conspiracy to murder any occupants of that car.
Buckingham Palace has not commented on the allegations, and Scotland Yard is choosing its words carefully, saying that this is not a reinvestigation, but that they are just scoping the new allegation.
Now, let's be clear. This accusatory letter came from the estranged parents of the wife of a former intelligence operative. Talk about hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay. But when it comes out just as a new book, saying the same thing emerges, Scotland Yard has to at least look into it, and it's just too good for us not to discuss.
I guess, but can you imagine the kind of conspiracy this would have had?
Scotland Yard is a podcast that is like 4 Scottish guys, and they have like a set that looks like a little area outside, and one of them's bald, and they sit around and they talk about, I don't know, whatever Scottish people do.
And the number of people who would have had to be involved and to have not said anything for all this time is absurd.
But what does Scotland Yard really do? As you say, they're not calling it an investigation. They're saying they're just going to look at the scope of all this. What do they do?
Well, publicly and privately, they're doing 2 different things. Publicly, they have to say, look, we are going to examine this. They're being very careful about what they say. Privately, I'm sure that they are rolling their eyes and saying, another one of these. We got
at some point they say we looked at it.
Yeah, we got to deal with this, but at least they can say that this was looked into without using the word reinvestigating.
Yep. This video my YouTube really wants me to watch, and I don't know what the thumbnail's really interesting, so whatever, but this one just makes too much sense for me. I'm sorry. It's canon. It's canon. It's gotta be. It's canon. Yep. It's canon. This one, I don't even think we need to look into more information because we kind of already went over tangential evidence is that reptiles run the US government. I gotta put it next to Justin Bieber. Next to JB. Yep. Area 51. This is probably one of the most like baby steps, but also interesting conspiracies. I don't think we'll ever know, because why would we ever get to know? Obviously everybody thinks that it is an area where high security military bases are held that are keeping UFOs and aliens hidden inside. There's been people that have tried to get near. It's pretty heavily guarded by military. A lot of people think that it is where they test like weapons and stuff, but it's been around for a very long time, and at least in my lifetime it's been a big hot topic, and in my lifetime nobody has ever come up with anything more than just, oh, it's aliens. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we just don't know. Located at Groom Lake in the desolate desert of South Nevada, Area 51 is U.S. Air Force installation notorious for its rumored connection with unidentified flying objects. Conspiracy theories claim the base is used to test alien technology allegedly recovered from crash sites from Roswell. These theories are fueled by the base's long-standing secrecy and its continued inaccessibility to the public. Consequently, this assuming military facility has become an intrinsic part of the modern mythology and urban legend of the 20th century, with a large influence on media and pop culture. Do you want to know how secretive Area 51 is? Donald Trump hasn't leaked what's in there. So you know that there's some shit in there that we are not supposed to know about. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's, if you, like, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like somebody would have leaked it at this point. Somebody would have yapped. Yeah. I wonder what it's like to be the close family member to a president, you know? Like if I am Obama's childhood best friend and we've been best friends forever, or like Obama's kids, you know what I mean? Like if you were like, Dad, please, you know what I mean? Like it would be like being the president would actually be kind of crazy because you would actually have to swear like you're not even gonna tell your closest, you know what I mean? Have you seen the movie Pixels? No. They're probably sworn to secrecy under pains of death. Oh, for sure they are. But, I mean, you know what I mean? Parents lie to their kids all the time. Yeah. Maybe. How do we know that someone hasn't yapped, though? Well, would we believe them? Area 51. I think that we've probably all watched media on it. I don't think it's aliens. I'm going to say it. I don't think Area 51 is aliens. I think it's worse. I think it's something worse. I'm going to say it's a no from me because I don't think it's aliens. I think it's something worse. I think it's something that if the American people found out about what was going on in there, that'd be crazy. I think it's weapons. I think it's weapons. I do. I think that they're like doing some crazy like underground. That's where the eels are fucking. That's true. That's where they make the birds. Mech suits. The last one is Antarctica. There's some theories. There's one theory that it is Nazi Germany's secret Antarctica base. There's UFO sightings, alien hideaways, an ice wall, alien secret cover-ups. Actually kind of nuts that like Antarctica exists and we can't go there. They could do anything in Antarctica and our asses would not know. Like, when was the last time you thought about what was happening in Antarctica? Never, because it's like, well, nothing can happen up there. Like, you can't really live there. Do you really think, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I think there's some shit happening in Antarctica. That's where I would go if I wanted to not have anybody be on my shit. You can take a trip there. Should I go there? They filmed Happy Feet there, I think. Yeah. There is. What's the ice wall theory? Is this flat earth stuff?
You're not even ready to imagine the craziness we're in right now. Antarctica is the most mysterious continent in the world. A new theory is so crazy that it could completely change your perception of the Earth. According to this theory, Antarctica is not just a massive ice continent, but rather an enormous ice wall that surrounds all the continents. In 1992, a new world map was created, the Gleason map, which shows Antarctica encircling all our continents. This theory goes even further. Some believe that if we manage to cross this wall, we will encounter numerous other continents deliberately hidden from us by governments.
Okay, yeah. All right. Good. So it's just DLC it's what it is it keeps us within the bounds to the DLC. Okay. That's crazy. We got Earth DLC. That's nuts. We got microtransactions up in this bitch.
If you look at Google Sky right now on the computer and look down on Antarctica, you'll find research bases from every major country in the world there. And you'll also find the Rockefeller Foundation base as well. Admiral Byrd was right. All the technology and research is the #1 place in the world for technology research is right down there in Antarctica. I believe that as the ice is melting, they're finding remnants of an ancient civilization. We know that Antarctica was not a frozen tundra for 12 million years like mainstream science says 12 million years to build up all this ice. No, that's not accurate. We know this because of the Perry-Reese map. The Perry-Reese map shows Antarctica what it looked like without ice on it, and that's not even that old. So we know that Antarctica shifted into that spot. How? Because we know that Antarctica is surrounded by tectonic plates. There was something called a pole shift of the crust of the Earth, which shifted it from a more habitable climate into the position it is now, and that's why the animals that are being uncovered from the ice were flash frozen with undigested food in their stomachs. And there's an entire advanced civilization there, including some of the largest pyramids on Earth, right in Antarctica.
I feel like he just summarized all of the conspiracies that we looked at today into like one big mess. He said, we were like, which conspiracy theories do you believe in? And he said, yes. Yes, I do. He just threw the word pyramids in at the end. I don't even think that yeah. Just went to chef in Antarctica. What did they cook? Snow cones? Who are they cooking for? They were a chef in Antarctica? I assume that they just eat like MREs and snow cones or something. I don't know. Antarctica is near Australia. That's true. They're involved again. They're always involved. In fact, I thought that this was Australia when I looked at it. I'm going to say do not let them cook. That one's a little wacky for me. Yep. They do drink and make snowmen, though. Do not let them cook. Could you eat snow from Antarctica? Or do you think that it would be unhealthy to eat? Can we please end with this banger? Yes.
Ted Cruz to the White House. Got a real fast car. Gonna drive it to the White House. Ted Cruz to the White House. Got a V12 engine, 576 horsepower. Ted Cruz is the right one. Got a real hot smile. Gonna kiss and hug America. Ted Cruz to the White House. 420 miles per hour. Passing Trump in cars and blessings will follow where Ted Cruz goes. They're talking about him on TV shows. He hates avocados. We can't have those. No. So stand up over Ted Cruz. Think it's time for Ted Cruz. Take off your shirts and your shoes.
Oh.
No, he belongs in the White House. I think it's probably the right house for Cruz.
Okay.
Ted Cruz is waiting for you. There's not a thing you can do. Shirtless inside of your nightmares. But then you wake and he's there in your room. He slithers across the floor and chases you to the door. Try to escape but you're locked in. You watch his face and your heart sinks. And now he's smiling at you. Ted Cruz is smiling at you. And now he's smiling at you. Ted Cruz is smiling at you. And now he's smiling at you. Ted Cruz is smiling at you. And now he's smiling at you.
What the hell are you smiling about, Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz gonna be the president. 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 Ted Cruz gonna be the president.
Wow, why did that go so hard? That went so unnecessarily hard. I'm saving that for later. Celine Dion, you're out. Exposing Mark Wahlberg's racist past. I'll get back to you later. Well, this is the definitive conspiracy theory tier list, everybody. I hope that you enjoyed 5.5 hours of conspiracies. Although I do think all of these are true, I did separate them into categories. Take them as you will. Brother, it is 2 in the morning. My brother in Christ, just one. This is a different angle. There they go. And we're up. That's a big boy. That's a big one. Wow. They really look like they're taking off so slow, you know? That's a big old strong masculine plane. That's a nice big stretch. Yeah, if my ADHD meds make me not watch this anymore, then I think I'm gonna throw the meds away. I can't, guys, I can't watch planes. I can't do it. I can't. It's 2 in the morning. I have to get up tomorrow at some point, which is unfortunate. So we have to. I simply can't. Germaclips, don't, please, I'm too weak. I don't hate you guys. Listen, I will promise you that we will watch planes tomorrow. I will promise you that we'll watch planes tomorrow. I promise and I swear it. We'll watch planes tomorrow. Cross or shake on it. Shake. I don't believe you. When have I ever lied to you guys about doing something on a certain day and not postponing it to other days? Frequently. So tomorrow we're going to be playing Hitman, which I'm really excited about. And then we will be watching Planes, which I'm also really excited about. Cyril, thank you for the 10. I'm gonna give Oki one of these like dill things. Dog. Like one? You like one of these? There's fireworks outside. So she's all, you want one of these? Come here. Hey, come here. Get up. Come on. Oh, big stretchies. You can do it. You can do it. Come on, hey. She didn't even want to turn around. This bitch just went an upsy daisies. God. Lazy fuck. Jesus Christ. Couldn't be bothered for a second. Okay, I'm going to send you guys away. Thank you so much. Everybody say thank you to Han for gathering all of the required things for this stream today. It was lovely. I hope you guys all feel educated and bigger, faster, stronger, sexier. We're gonna go. I'm gonna send you off to I'm gonna send you off. I'm gonna send you away. Do you guys feel bonita? Please tell me you feel bonita. I will see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what time. I'd like to stream a little bit earlier, but we'll see. Probably like 6:30, 7:30. Yeah, we'll see. Thank you guys for giving me your time. I really appreciate it. It's always a pleasure. I hate when it flips over to this camera because then you get to see my little dirt plate, my gross little dirt plate. Yeah, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it. It was very fun. Very, very fun. very good stuff, very neat and cool. I'm gonna go send you guys over to Fastfee, who's doing something I can't see, but I'm sure she's doing something, clearly, because she's live, and that's what happens when you do that. So we're gonna go over and say hi to her. Don't forget to keep it sexy, San Diego. Take your tinfoil hats off, but put them right back on when you get up tomorrow morning, because you got a job to do. And that job is to question science and everything that makes sense, because God forbid that we let the man have one step ahead of us. Am I right or am I right?